Hello and welcome back to the bottom. May's Feast, and today we're back with more IroSekai, thank you. No one reminded me actually. Uh, uh, yeah, no Rosard today, because that was on Monday this week. Uh, Recorded on Monday, uploaded on Wednesday. I was actually thinking about potentially messaging Eagle about just for the fuck of it recording the first Ledger of Grisaia, but he never he never responded because I literally just thought of that like last night. So yeah. Anyways, today I have wine. There we go. That's the glass of wine, as well as camembert cheese. So today we're being fancy with it. However, just these two together would be kind of boring, so I also have fucking tortillas. You know, to eat with the camembert. It started out so fancy and then I ruined it. Should have gotten the salt flavor ones. I thought, you know what, let's go grab the salt flavor ones because I'm already gonna eat cheese along with it. That was a mistake. Anyways. Upon opening my eyes the next morning, I saw Shinku's face. Oh yeah, if I just moved over to the side a little bit, you would see that there are more chips back there. It's just those are Doritos pizza flavor. But opening my eyes the next morning, I saw Shinku's face. This was what I always woke up to. A censored CG. Hold on. I feel like this is such an obvious one. I could probably find it in Google Pictures within seconds. Google Images, I mean. Oh yeah, there we go. That is assumedly the one. However, I also gotta say that that is not actually no. Never mind. I think that would need a little bit of censorship because I think you can just barely spot. No, no, you can't spot the nipple. This being censored is bullshit. Fuck. Oh. Anyways. This is what I always woke up to. Though we slept in the same bed, our dreams would never be shared. I like to think that I've gotten used to this morning's sight by now for the most part. However, something in particular felt a little different from usual this time. She seemed to be dreaming and I felt the urge to touch her face. Very slowly I reached out my arm. Just as my fingertips were about to brush against her skin though, I checked in my hand to get out of bed. Gotta hurry to school. Connor and Mio, they would likely be meeting up before school again to prepare for Shinku's birthday party. Oh, that's right, I was gonna give that leftover pancake from yesterday to Mio. Took the lunchbox out of the fridge. After getting ready, I pushed open the front door. The old iron door creaked in protest, but it wasn't an ear-splitting noise. I tried to open it as quietly as possible. Not wanting to disturb Shinku's slumber, I tiptoed through the doorway. Wait, what's this? White feathers were falling from the sky, flittering and fluttering, playing the serenade to take someone away. These most definitely were not stragglers from Ichinoshi Aimu's disappearance yesterday. Look to the mountains behind me. The wind turbines were turning. Not just one or two. Every single one of them was rotating. But why? They weren't moving last night. Not that the wind wasn't supposed to arrive until several days after the turbines started spinning. He said it was essentially a weather forecast. No one knew what this was. Things changed. Beyond was no longer following the rules and conventions of past times. Whatever the case, I had a bad feeling about this. Can't be. I hurried through the town towards the school. Who's gone? Mio. When arriving, I found Kana curling up in the corner of the classroom, sobbing. She was the only one there. I could see what she'd been doing. She was preparing for the birthday party. Happy birthday was scrawled across the blackboard in big letters. All the paper chains we made together just yesterday. They were scattered about the floor. Kana sat in the middle of them, wailing and calling for help repeatedly. Instantly, I knew what this meant. The way her arms were held out towards the empty space next to her seemed to indicate that someone had been sitting there just moments ago. And yet, I asked the girl sobbing and distressed-less, what happened? I knew the answer to that question. Guilt stirred up in my chest. I began to wonder if perhaps it was cruel of me to ask her that. Maybe I was slowly starting to learn how the emotion of the people in this world worked. Those thoughts floating around in my head, I continued to question the girl who was still sobbing. Is everything alright? Yeah? Don't try to fucking run away now. She continued speaking in between her heaving sobs. Right. Right. Probably ought to get some bread for this and stuff. I'm scared. Couldn't bear to look at her face. Don't worry. So instead, I pulled her tiny head into my chest. I'll do something. I swear that I'll protect you. Couldn't bear to listen to her sobs. Not for a single fraction of a second more. It's just too much. Please don't cry. I held her tightly, pulling her into my chest as if to stifle those painful, wailing sobs. I vowed to protect her, knowing full well how empty of a promise it was. I hadn't the slightest idea who I was fighting against or how to thwart their plans. I didn't even know what I was trying to protect her from. Everything was far too unclear. In addition, even supposing I was able to figure out who I was fighting against, there was a good chance that I would be powerless to stop them. After all, the only thing I was able to do at the very moment was hold tight the girl in my arms. I was far too weak and far too insignificant to possibly know if I had a chance of standing up to this foe. Shinku. Kana had pleaded not to be left alone, so I brought her back to Shinku's apartment. Shinku sat on the bed staring down at the floor.
Sensei, 大丈夫?
She said nothing, but merely continued to stare at her toes. What had happened? Why had I come back here. It was clear that I didn't need to answer those questions for her. Expression of the face coupled with her behavior told me that she already knew everything. Mio's been taken. I relayed the information exactly as Con had told me. Hiding this from her wouldn't accomplish anything, nor would morphing the truth. There was no bliss in ignorance on this situation. I had to tell her what had happened, so that she could process it and decide on our next course of action as soon as possible. That was the best thing I could do. Despite having come to that conclusion, Shinku stayed silent. Her shoulders were slumped. Frankly, she looked ready to give up on everything. It felt like her life force was seeping away with every single breath.
Sensei.
Shinku, please save Kana. You told me last night that you were researching this. You're researching a way to stop the winds from the beyond and save everyone. Kana might be the next on the list to be taken. Well, in all honesty, it could be any of us. The reality of it still hadn't quite sunk in. This anomaly. It was unpredictable. It was unfathomable. In any case, we had to act and fast. There was no point trying to work out the hows or whys of the situation. It was what it was, and we had to accept that. Let's put our hands together and come up with a way to escape the wind. Your help is indispensable to us, Shinku. You're the one who's been researching it this whole time.
もういい。少し黙っていてくれないか。
Why?
私には何もできない。先生。ダメだ。ダメなんだよ、何もかも。研究は終わらない。間に合わない。いつまで経ってもだ。そう、いつまでもいつまでも終わらないんだ。この世界中の人間たちを守るために、両親から引き継いだ未完成の研究内容。無力な私には、それを完成に導くことができない。私は不出来だ。どうしようもなく欠けている。それなのに、どうして私が残されたんだ。妹の代わりに私が連れて行かれてればよかったのに。そうすれば生き残ったのが私じゃなく愛だったらミオを助けてやれたかもしれないのに。私はダメだ。ダメだった。ミオを助けることができなかった。しっかり者なように見えて、実はとても怖がりなあの子を。みんなの前では気丈に振る舞うあの子は、私と二人になるといつも泣いていた。怖い、怖いと言いながら。あの風に、意地悪な神様に連れて行かれると、もしかするとお父さんとお母さんに会えるのかもしれないけれど、それでも死ぬのがどうしようもなく怖いんだって。そんなあの子と、私は約束したのに。絶対に研究を完成させて、ミオを、みんなを守ってみせるからって。
But Shinku continued dropping her head into her hands.
私には何もできない。誰を救えるわけもない。いつまでもこれからも、だらだらと終わらず進まないあの研究が、ミオを殺してしまったんだ。
At that point, Kana walked up to Shinku.
先生、ね。なんだ。先生、私のこと嫌い？
Shinku's face lifted in surprise.
何を言い出すんだ？先生。
Kana stared into Shinku's eyes.
私ね。私だって、如月さんと同じくらい怖いんだよ。私はまだここにいるのに。
Shinku averted her gaze, as though she couldn't bear to look at the teary-eyed face before her.
もういい。ごめん、許してくれ。私には無理だ。何もできない。何もしてやれない。私は守れなかった。守れなかったんだよ、カナ。今日、司、歩、そしてミオ。それだけじゃない。たくさんの子供たちを私は守れなかった。だからきっと、お前のことも。
Kana's face fell. I expected her to burst into tears, to wail, large tears wetting her cheeks, She sobbed and sobbed loud as she could. However, all I kind of did was close her eyes. So I opened my mouth in her stead. While hardly giving up. Couldn't do it. Couldn't just sit here and listen to her speak so depressingly. So what if you couldn't protect any of the others? It's not too late. The voice came out and characteristically gruff.
Yuma-san.
They stared at me in astonishment. I didn't want Connor to look at me like that, especially. However, even I was surprised at my actions. There was an unpleasant, familiar emotion spreading throughout my chest. Kana made a valid point, Shinku. She's still here. Minami Kana is still here. Are you saying you don't care what happens to her? You're really just gonna throw your hands up and accept defeat without even trying? I feel to realize why you're saying the things you are, but I can't agree with it. You are right. There is nothing we can do for those who've already been taken. Actually, on second thought, there's still a chance that you'll be able to bring them back, even if that day is still some time far, far off in the future. But right now, our priority should be to protect those of us who are still here. So why don't you seem to have any sense of urgency? I suddenly realized I was clenching my fists. What was happening to me? I couldn't understand this. I didn't know where these feelings were stemming from. It was this unpleasant emotion that was slowly sawing through my heart. You're the only help we have, yet you're already giving up from the get-go. Couldn't help but raise my voice, much to my own shock. However, I couldn't stop myself. Kana believes in you, Shinku. I just know she does. She believes that you can save her. So why are you doing absolutely nothing to respond to that faith she's placed in you? You won't even try! She shook her head slowly, shoulders still slumped. Can't do anything? She refused to look me in the eye. And quite frankly, infuriated me. Fine. Heaved a shallow sigh in resignation. If you're not going to do anything, then I will. I took Kana's hand and told her that we're leaving. I'll help her escape since you won't. We'll go somewhere far, far away where the wind can't reach us. Shinku said nothing. She merely stared at her feet. And though I say stared, she clearly wasn't focused on what she was looking at. Then, in slow motion, she closed her eyelids. I bit my lip, trying to stifle a strong emotion pressing down on my chest.
Sensei.
Let's go, it's time to leave this town. We can't stay here any longer. She looked up at me with a gaze that seemed to say, where could we possibly go? Shook my head to communicate that I didn't know. She was looking at me as though I was her only hope, and it pained me. Even so, we just need to run away. Far away. After that, we walked out the door, leaving Shinku there, in that room, all alone. Wind turbines. Looked up at the mountain range surrounding the town. Countless turbines lining it were slowly turning. Why, they weren't moving one bit last night. Kana mused to herself in a hushed tone. Her voice was so feeble it was nearly swallowed by the deafening silence of the ghost town. Seemed to me like she'd resigned herself to her fate. Don't say that, I won't let it take you. I pulled her along by the hand. Then I broke into a dash. She could tell me that the god from the beyond always visits the person who's going to be taken in their dreams before it happens. That led me to believe that this was what we should be focusing on first. There had to be something about those dreams that everyone had overlooked. If he appears in your dream, then maybe there's something you can do to confront him there and stop his plans. Potentially, it's worth trying at least. What's this about?
その人を夢の中で殺しちゃうんです。
They die in real life after you kills them in
そ
their
んな
dreams?
感じの映画です。
Do they die in real life after you kills them in their dreams?
そうですね。怖いですよね。
I nodded. Kind of began to hum what seemed to be the music that played when this demon appeared. Surprisingly, it wasn't the most jolly of melodies.
昔にお母さんと一緒に見たんです。とっても怖い映画でした。それを見た夜は怖くて眠れませんでしたもん。
Huh, that does sound pretty scary. Human beings surely were strange creatures. Why would they purposefully create something so frightening that it kept them up at night? The pace began to slow. So in that movie,
何ですか？
how did the characters ultimately defeat the demon? I mean, do they win? They do win, right? Kinda nodded.
最初はどうにかして眠らないように頑張るんです。夢さえ見なければ殺されないから。それでもやっぱり
It's impossible to fight against the urge to sleep forever.
そうなんです。その夢の中に出てくる悪魔と私たちの世界にやってくる最果ての神様はもしかしたら家族だったりお友達だったりするのかもしれません。
She smiled. However, I could see exhaustion in it. Then she suddenly
だ
continued.
からユマさん、私はもうダメなんですよ、きっと。
Huh? Turned around. What do you mean?
どんなにこの町から離れても、どんなに遠いどこかの場所に逃げたとしても、逃げ出したその先で私が眠って夢を見るだけで、私はきっとあの風に連れ去られちゃうんだと思います。
Just stay awake then.
そんな簡単にはいきませんよ。
Really?
そうですよ。
She smiled up at me
人
ruefully.
間は睡魔にはどうしたって負けちゃうようにできてるんですもん。
So you want to stop here?
はい。
At that point, she let go of my hand.
もうこれ以上は走れません。疲れちゃいました。
She stopped there, right where she stood. Her actions almost seemed to be asking me, why should I keep running and running, trying to reach some goal that may not even exist? Why? Why did she stop? Why wasn't she running? Why was she giving up? It's too soon. It's too soon. Far too soon to be throwing everything away. We're running. Took her hand once more. We can't stop.
ユマさん、
We just can't give up. Stopping is something that we'll always be able to do no matter when, but running is something we can only do right here and right now. We ran.
諦めちゃダメだと言われても、それじゃあどこへ逃げるんですか？
I don't know. My feet didn't
わ
stop.
からないって。
We just need to keep going until we escape beyond that wind's reach. So please don't fall asleep until we get there. Don't allow the demon to visit you in your dreams. Kana and I raced through the streets. We ran towards that invisible goal. Are you okay? Want to stop and rest?
はい。
We had no idea where to go. After running for a bit, we ended up at the lighthouse on the edge of town. It was the only place I could think of. After all, there was a limit to how far we could travel on foot. I was hoping to leave the town if possible. I wanted to take her as far away as possible. I promised her I would.
ユマさん、
Let's rest here tonight. Be careful not to fall asleep. Alright? Can't allow that to happen. We entered the lighthouse, climbed up to the lantern room, and huddled down together. The sea stretched out before us, and the sound of the waves reached our ears. This world was still very much alive. Nature was wholly indifferent to the humans and their plight. Even after the last person disappeared, this world would continue on, just as it always had. Kana?
はい。なんでしょう。
Look how pretty to see us, the moonlight's shining off the surface. We thought to make some small talk. We have had to talk all throughout the night, and do so to prevent her from falling asleep. In that movie we were talking about earlier, I know I already asked, but what did humans really... but did humans really beat that demon from their dreams?
そうですね。
Kind of rubbed at her eyes. The drowsiness finally seemed to be settling in. It was probably because of how much running we'd done. Oh, so the humans in the movie won. In that case, why don't we try using the same method as those people to get rid of the demon? If we're lucky, we might be able to fight off that wind. She just pressed a yawn.
そうですね。
You should tell me what happened at the end of the movie, then. How did they win against that seemingly invincible demon, despite the fact that they couldn't fight off the urge to sleep forever? Come on, don't fall asleep on me. Pinch your cheek. No sleeping until we've defeated the demon. She continued to rub her eyes, complaining about how terribly sleepy she was.
ユマさんは眠らなくても大丈夫なんですか？あんなにたくさん走ったのに眠くないんですか？
I'm fine, I'll be able to stay up.
ユマさんは不思議なんですね。
Am I?
そうですよ。
She had a small giggle.
眠らなくても大丈夫。本を読めば何でもできる。
That was how she explained it
そ
to
れ
me.
だけで
After that, she leaned
十
her
分
small head
不思
against my
議だ
shoulders. Oops.
思います。あの風に勝てる方法を書かれた本がどこかにあればよかったのに。
But
はい。そうすればユーマさんが私たちを助けてくれるかもしれないのに。
book with an answer on for how to defeat the wind.
なんだか少し寒いです。
She then scooted closer to me. I could feel her body warmth on my back. Wonder why Shinku wouldn't help. As soon as the words left my mouth, I felt that grating pain in my chest again. You're in danger. She doesn't want to lift a finger.
先生はちょっと疲れちゃっただけだと思います。だから今は仕方ないんです。
Why not?
だって先生はずっと一人で戦ってきたんですもん。
Right.
先生は大好きな人たちが連れて行かれちゃったりした時も逆に私たちを励ましてくれるような先生だった。だからたった一回のもうダメだで私たちの先生への大好きは変わったりしませんよ。
Oh.
それでも次は私の番なんだって思うと
She'd ask mosquitoes.
とても怖いですけど私ももうダメだってそう思って走るのをやめてしまいそうになっちゃいますけどだけど私は先生のこと信じてますから。さっきユーマさんが先生にそう言ったように私は先生を信じてる。だから大丈夫だって思うようにします。
You believe in her?
はいもちろんユーマさんのことだって私信じてますよ。
You do.
はいだってユーマさんは私の素敵な旦那様ですもん。いざという時は正義の味方みたいに駆けつけてそして連れ去られたみんなを救い出してくれると信じてます。だから怖いですけどとてもとても怖いですけどユーマさんが言うように最後まで諦めないで走ろうって今は思います。
I see. Out here apart aside, you're still calling me your husband. My smile was plastered across my face. I'm glad you're still optimistic enough to say something like that, at least.
チューします？
You really need to learn about this thing called the mood.
だってなんだかそういう雰囲気なのかなってそう思ったんですけど。
In what way? Anyhow, kind of grown up, you know. So was Miu too, as a matter of fact. There are times when you really don't act your age.
混ぜてますか私は。
Oops. Yeah, or more like you know a lot about things you probably shouldn't.
そもそも子供っぽいって何ですか？
That's a tough question.
例えば喋り方とかが子供らしくないですか？
Not really.
先生の授業を受けてたら言葉の数も自然に増えちゃいますよ。なんだか難しいことが多いですから先生が教えてくれるのは。
I can see that.
それにユマさんだって十分子供っぽくないって思います。とにかくいつかどこかでユマさんにチューしてもらえるように私祈っておきます。
She smiled as though she hadn't a worry in the world. You know, actually, that might be a good idea.
チューがですか？
She pressed herself even more firmly against me.
いいですよ。今すぐしちゃいます？それとも何かシチュエーションにこだわる感じでお預けですか？
No, that's not what I was talking about. Book, you mentioned the possibility of a book that could possibly tell us how to win against the wind, but one actually exists.
どこかってどこですか？
A place with our little books. Simple, too simple, too obvious, too good to be true. But if such a book existed, Shinku more than likely would have found it ages ago. Still, though, it's better than sitting around twiddling our thumbs.
本がたくさん置いてある場所。
Miss Witchy. Yeah, oh no. If there really be a book with a clear-cut solution for how to beat the wind, then it's worth a try. We might be able to find some that gives us a hint or two. If there's a place where a lot of books are stored, we could go there and look.
学校の図書室とかですか？
School has
は
them?
い。3階の隅っこにありますよ。あまり大きくはないかもですけど。
School library might not be such a bad idea.
私、偉いですか？
Yeah, thanks, Kana.
褒められちゃいました。
Pressed my back against her a little more snugly. I wanted to bask in that faint feeling of hope along with her. Tomorrow when the sun rises, we'll head to school. We'll rest for now, since we ran so much, but tomorrow we'll begin our search for the book. So, let's keep talking until then, I said to her, gazing up at the night sky. Yuma, if reincarnation is real, what would you want to be reborn as? She whispered that question to me. It was as though she was wishing upon the starry sky for a brighter tomorrow for the two of us. I want to be reborn again as the same person so I can meet you, Yuma, and we can share a kiss. Is that really what you'd wish for? I replied in a faint voice. She nodded. I want to see Sensei again and my mommy too. I want to live happily with everyone. So that was Kona's wish. I vowed in my heart to do everything I could to fulfill that wish. If Shinku wouldn't, I would. Although I wasn't quite sure if I was willing to kiss her. Minutes continued to pass and we talked on and on. Tiny lonesome voices rang out, only to be swallowed into the silent air. The canvas in the sky remained unchanged even as the hours passed. The moon shone bright as did the myriad of stars that were out. There was hardly anyone left on this planet. Just Kana, Shinku, and I. Oh, and the sixth person was supposed to be out there somewhere. Just had to wonder who she was and what she was off doing. To protect everyone, including her. First step in achieving that is Kana, me Kana, had to find a way to protect her. And then the sixth person, and Shinku as well. She wouldn't get given up on running, so I had to be the one to take her hand and pull her along. Should have known it wouldn't be this easy. The next day, we made our way to school earlier. Con and I had fetched some books from the library and we were in the process of perusing them through them for the leads.
学校の図書室にあるような本じゃダメなんでしょうか？
Maybe.
それとも私の選ぶ本が良くなかったりしますか？
Yeah, Those books don't look too useful. Kind of face fell. Though her genre selection had been a bit peculiar considering what we were looking for. Why'd you only pick books about romantic relationships?
だって大切なことだと思います。
Well, maybe in their own
こ
way.
の前先生に保健体育の授業をしてもらいました。
Oh no.
おしべとめしべがニャンニャンするとかわいいかわいい赤ちゃんが生まれてくるんだって。
When the birds and the bees get snugly cuddly, did Shinku really say that?
はい。その前は赤ちゃんってどうやって生まれるんですかって聞いたら、山の向こうから明け方早くにコウノトリが運んでくるんだよって言ってたのに。おかしいですよね。そしておしべとめしべがニャンニャンするってどういうことですかとも聞いてみたんです。そしたら先生、ニャンニャンはニャンニャンだ。あまり子供に進んで話すようなことじゃないって。だから放送コードに引っかかるような具合に可愛い感じでニャンニャンなんだよって顔を真っ赤にしちゃうんです。
And you said she taught all of that during your class.
私がリクエストしたんです。保健体育の授業をしてくださいって。私たちの知りたいことを先生は何でも教えてくれるんです。ちょっと難しい言葉で、だけどとってもわかりやすく。
Didn't ask her because you wanted to know about that stuff. You didn't ask her because you wanted to know about that stuff, though, did you? From the way you talked, it sounds like you would have already known, so there was no need to get Shinku to tell you.
先生、かわいいって思います。
Kind of smiled. Oh, to tease Shinku, essentially. I sighed inwardly, feeling sorry for what Shinku had to put up.
でもちょっと私後悔してるんです。先生をいじめすぎちゃったかなって。
Feel bad about it?
私先生に嫌われちゃったのかな。
Well, there's nothing you can do about that now, so best just forget about it and move on. Pointed towards one of the books that she'd brought. Is there a connection between why you went to ask Shinku to explain those things to you and why you brought these specific books for me to read?
ユウマさんも先生と同じように恥ずかしがったりするのかなって、そんなことを思って。
Hey, just like, why'd you bring me this book? It just like lifts up 50 Shades of Grey, like... Why do we have this in a school library? Are you actually taking this seriously, Kana? I'm reading like my life depends on it over here.
真面目です。私はいつでも真剣なんです。
Alright.
ずっと難しいお話だと大変です。だからちょっと楽しいこともしなくちゃって思うんです。
She raised her fist in protest, telling me that she was taking this seriously. All I saw, though, was the exhaustion in her eyes. Kana and I stayed up the entire night talking. We hadn't gotten a wink of sleep. Couldn't afford to, not in this situation. I was handling it relatively safe, but Kana really seemed to be struggling. Time was running out. We had to hurry and find a way to defeat the wind. So that Kana could sleep without fear as soon as possible.
もう読み終わりました？持ってきた本は。
Yeah, I'm done, though there wasn't anything worthwhile in there.
そうですか。それなら次を持ってきますか？
Sure, actually wait.
はい。
Having to go back and forth between the libraries for each book probably isn't the most efficient way to go about this. Sadly, we had little time remaining.
私、図書室って嫌いなんです。ユマさんの言う通り、効率悪いと思いますけど。
Why do you hate the library?
はい。すごく怖い気がするんです。あの場所は。なんだか本に睨まれてるみたいな気がして。
You think the books
た
are?
くさん並んだ本の背表紙が一斉にこちらを見ているような気がするんです。直ちに私を読みなさい。さもないと君はこの先とても困ることになるだろうっていう風に、なんだか本を多く読まない私は怒られちゃっているような気がしてくるんです。なんだかとても悪いことをしてしまっているような気がしてきちゃうんです。本を読まないっていうことが。
That's really how it seems to you.
はい。少なくとも私にとってはそんなものです。 だから今度生まれてくるときは読書大好きとまではいかなくても本を読むのが得意な偉い子になろうって私思います。
Well, at least you got the well-read part. Can't really say anything about the smart part, though. I love books, though. They could be so wonderful. Though these stories within them could sometimes be terribly sad. Even so, there were no books that every person was required to read, and I suppose it was for the best. In my opinion, personal enjoyment is the most important factor when it comes to anything. So as long as you're having fun, nothing else
とも
matters.
かくそういうわけなので行ってきます。
Yeah, please. Leave the books about the birds and the bees in there, though, okay?
わかりました。
She's not obedient.
にゃんにゃんの必要もなく子孫繁栄できるすごい人について書かれてる本を選べばいいんですね。了解です。
What the heck are you talking about? Is that another one that Shinku told you about?
脇の下から生まれるなんて本当にすごい人です。
I don't think Buddhism is particularly relevant to our current situation. Actually, who knows? Maybe it is. A wry smile rose on my lips as Kana turned around and walked off to the library to fetch another book. As I'll try reading through the books I've got here again. I knew that I hadn't overlooked anything, but just in case, I scanned over the dozen or so books that were in the classroom. I had to say the books in this world are also wonderful. After finishing another book, I raised my head. She was really taking her time. She fell asleep. Kana had left some time ago to go fetch more books from the library. However, it felt like he had been gone for far too long. Maybe she's just being more thorough with her selection. I did tell her not to pick any more of those romance books. Checking the time, well, not that I needed to. I knew exactly how much time had elapsed since Kana's leaving. It had been 23 minutes and 45 seconds. Part of me is worried about how long she's gone, but maybe I'm just overreacting. Trepidation caused my heartbeat to rise. I feared that something might have happened to her. There was no one in the school, no one in this world. There was nobody out there who could hurt her, but the fact remained that Kana was but a tiny little girl. She's very mature for her age, she's still a young kid. And this world was currently in a precarious state where anyone could lose their life at any moment. I started to regret letting her go somewhere alone in this dangerous world. Hope she's alright. I stood up and left the classroom. I hurried down the hallway. As I looked out the window, as the wind turbines lining the mountainside, the mountainside off in the distance, I could vaguely make out that they were still spinning. The wind from the beyond was still present. The library at the end of the hallway, on the third floor. Finally, I had arrived. Kana? Flung the door open. Immediately, I scanned the room. The air was filled with scented paper, and looking to one of the desks, I saw her. Kana's face was planted onto the desk, her eyes closed shut, and she was mumbling something under her breath. It almost seemed like the sight of someone experiencing a distressing nightmare. No. What's this? What's happening to her? Kana! Cried out to her without a second thought. Don't do it! I rushed up to her, grabbed her by the shoulders, and began to jostle them. You can't sleep! I had no idea what happened in these dreams that the people experienced before being taken to the beyond. Honestly, I couldn't even say with certainty that the accounts were right and that these dreams did occur. Even so, damn it! Even so, I knew that I couldn't let Kana sleep. I had to stop it at all costs. So why? Why did I do that? Why did I let her go off on her own? The stupidest oversight I could have possibly made. Kana was but a tiny little girl. I can only imagine how difficult it must have been for her to stay up all night. Why did I fail to pick up on something as basic as that? Wake up! We still haven't won our fight! Shook her shoulders, but to no avail. Why did you have to fall asleep here? Then, the wind. Ah! The outside world was gradually reddening. At the same time, the sound of a violent windstorm began to assault my eardrums. Red colors seemed to be creeping into my heart. Are these actually still as quiet as apparently people are saying? Really shouldn't be. The colors seemed to be creeping into my heart, forcing me to give up, forcing me to give into despair despite how desperately we tried to run and fight. Piss off. The sound of the wind was growing more and more ferocious. So powerful I could feel the very building shaking. Suddenly a loud bang resounded and I jumped in startlement. The wind was knocking against the glass windows, and then the next moment, Was at a total loss for words. Feathers upon feathers upon feathers. They clung to the window panes, tightly packed together. Almost thought I was witnessing a blizzard. They continued to clump on the window, more and more. What on earth is this? 1,000 faces staring menacingly at us from the other side of the glass. Each and every one of those feathers was like a ravenous beast, hungering for Connor's life. The wind kept blowing violently as the building swayed and shook. All the while, those white feathers continued to increase and increase and increase. At this rate, I feared that they were about to break through the windows. And once they did, the wind would rush in and claim Connor's life. I'll let it happen, I can't. Slapped on Connor's cheek to try and get her to wake up. Then the wind stopped. Just like that, the feathers unstuck themselves from the windows before falling downward, flittering and fluttering all the way. What in the world? What had I just witnessed? Silence wasn't settling. It was ear-piercing. I was confused and didn't know what to do. I simply stood there and looked out the window. That was when Connor suddenly woke up. Wait, what is that? Swaying to and fro, a single golden feather floated down in front of us. It glowed with a golden sheen. How did that get in here? Connor reached out for the feather. It almost looked as though she was being hypnotized by something or someone. Don't touch that! Suddenly grabbed her hand. That feather felt ominous to me. Could picture it all too clearly. The moment Connor touches it, she disappears. We're getting out of here, now! She and I exited the library. And after that, we ran as fast as we could through all those hallways coated in a thick, sludge-like blood-red color. Did you dream? We frantically ran down the stairs. We had to lose them, the wind of that single golden feather. Did that demon that came to take your way say anything in your dream? She merely shook her head. Okay. Well, in that case, we need to get the hell out of here. Where will we go? What options do we have? I know it's fine. Can't change it now. We just need to figure out how to get away from the wind. My first thought was that we should probably leave the school side, led us to the front entrance. However, I didn't know if it was safe outside. That was where the wind was, after all. That being said, we also couldn't stay holed up in the school building forever. We had to take a risk. Just as we were about to make it through the doorway, there it was right in front of us. A single gold sparkling feather, swaying to and fro as it fell. It had come for Kana. What the hell, it was in the library just a minute ago. Just now it was floating in front of the doorway as if to deny our escape. We spun around. If we could go outside, then we had to go up. But once we reached the top of the school, then what? I had to take Kana somewhere far, far away. Yet I was feeling more and more like we'd been checkmated. I was only delaying the inevitable in my desperation. I'll go get some fucking bread. Oh, you're right, Kana. Can you keep running? Well, then I'm gonna have to keep running for a fucking while. See you after I get some bread. I return with bread, so now it's time to outrun these feathers that I fucking hate. You know, what are feathers if not just disassembled birds? And I do hate that fucking bird that I hate. Anyways, bread. I held her by the hand as we ran up floor after floor. On the way, I had considered hiding out in a classroom on the second floor. But if that didn't work, then we'd use another classroom. It didn't matter where we hid as long as it was somewhere out of the wind's reach. Somewhere that feather couldn't follow us to. However, there was no such place. No matter where we tried running, that golden feather would always inevitably appear before us and block our path. We stopped, turned around, and resumed running. And stopped again. We repeated this process numerous times. Every minute we were getting higher and higher. What on earth is this? It's almost like the feather was deliberately luring us closer and closer to where it wanted us. Found our futile attempts at fighting against destiny humorous, knowing we were walking right into our demise. Shook my head. I had to rid myself of those thoughts and allow myself to entertain the possibility of that right now. However,
Yuma-san, これ以上上がっても
Don't worry, Kana. We can make sure, or we can make use of your most beloved trait. Constantly trying to jump off of high buildings. Just, you know, the feather might think you've got nowhere left to run, but lo and behold, there's a way down right over there. I know, but there was nowhere left for us to run. We were cornered on all sides. There was no escape. Right behind us was the golden feather. If we stop, it'll catch us in a matter of seconds. The wind blew silently. The feather floated gently. Yet no matter where we went, there was no escape from them. It was downright eerie. I'd rather they were shouting or shrieking at us so loud that it burst our eardrums. And at least we'd know where they were. That's why in the opening the golden feather is being shown on the goddamn rooftop. Here we were. It's time to meet our destiny face to face. This cruel and inescapable fate we were bound to. We had reached a place where our location was announced to the world. The rooftop. There was nowhere left for us to run. We were caged mice with only a trap before us. To think that I believed I could save her, I was a fool. We struggled and struggled, yet hadn't accomplished a goddamn thing. How was I supposed to face Shinku after failing her like this? Shinku had called herself powerless and incapable. I was infinitely more deserving of those words.
Yuma-san.
All of a sudden, I realized there was no longer a warmth to the hand I was holding. Hana turned around. In doing so, I saw what was happening to her body. Perhaps it was my imagination, but it seemed slightly transparent.
Yuma-san, 私多分もうダメです。
What? For a split second, my mind couldn't comprehend the meaning behind her words. What do you mean our time has come?
冷たいんです。体がとても軽くなってしまったような気がします。それになんだか耳が聞こえにくくて、
I can't hear.
それと目もだんだんぼやけてきて、なんだかとても。
Kind of began to wrap her arms around herself.
寒いんです。
I had no words. What did I do? What could I possibly do? You could eat. That's always a good thing to do. Be thankful I keep covering my mouth with the bread so I don't see the half-chewed mass in there. Simply stood there, unable to choose any course of action. At which point Kana turned her back to me. After that, she began to walk forward with small, steady steps. Kana? She went past me, continued toward the corner of the rooftop. Don't stand there, Kana. It's dangerous. Especially if her eyesight was blurry, as she'd said. If another gust of wind blows by, you might lose a footing and fall. Come on, let's keep running. This place is a dead end. There's nothing but sky and sea beyond here. We need to get moving and go somewhere else. Before the wind begins to blow again. Before the feathers catch back up to us. It was soft and hushed. Her voice was barely a whisper. Don't worry, everything's gonna be alright, Kana. Nothing will happen to you. I promise I'm going to set you free. Right, so come on, let's get going. We can't stay here any longer. Come on, we need to hurry and get out of this town. I ran up to her, however. She called my name. I immediately stopped. One more step and I would be in range to grab her hand. She then turned around and said to me, Promise you what? After a moment of silence, she responded, Huh? She's the fucking store-stuck voice. Kana, what do you mean? Meaning she would disappear. She was going to be whisked away. That mysterious wind that was still an inexplicable phenomenon to you people. What do you know? Want me to save you? What are you saying, Kana? Why? Don't give up yet, I shouted. You still haven't disappeared. You haven't been taken. However, I knew that she could no longer hear my voice. So please, Kana said with a tiny smile. After that, a single feather floated down from the sky, swaying to and fro. It was the golden feather. It was a few seconds. After a few seconds, it stopped before Kana. It lay gently suspended in her ear right in front of her chest. She smiled. In that expression, I knew that she had completely resigned herself to her fate. Her words from earlier replayed on my mind. A promise. She wanted me to make her a promise. However, agreeing to it would essentially mean one thing. Accepting defeat for the time being. Delaying our fight against this unidentifiable foe. Alright. I managed to agree, squeezing out the words. I promise. I will come and save you eventually. I had to accept it. We'd lost this fight. As it stood out now, we had no way of stopping the wind. No matter how much we struggled, no matter how much we bemoaned the cruelty of the situation, reality wouldn't change. It was an unshakable fact. In which case, my only option was to offer her that promise. The promise that she'd asked for. To grant her the faint hope that someday, at some invisible distant point in the future, she would be saved. I promise you, one day we'll set you free. You and me and all the others trapped there. So, I clenched my fists and gritted my teeth. So, I tried again. However, I just couldn't say what came next. It isn't what I wanted to say at all. I wanted to encourage her to keep running just a bit further. I wanted to plead with her need to give up until the very end. And that we'd keep looking for a way to save her. Even though that was what I truly wanted to say, I just couldn't bring myself to say that to her either.
Yuma-san, ありがとうございます。約束をくれて嬉しいです。
Then the wind howled. Gusts of wind blew around Kana while she thanked me, and she began to sweep her away. Her body was translucent. That feebly drawn-out voice reached my ears in her final moments. We'll always be waiting for you there in that place. I believe in you. Right, I promise you, I'll definitely come for you. I will. So just wait for us. Shinku and I will come save you. We'll save you and all the others. Kana nodded and smiled at me, but about a second later, I heard the sound of the door being opened. Kana's eyes flew wide open. For a split second, her body became slightly more tangible. What? Upon turning around, I saw her. Shinku was standing there, having pushed open the door to the rooftop. Shinku, their beloved teacher, Nikaido Shinku.
Kana, 行くんじゃない。
Shinku called for her, biting her lip. Her eyes, however, were glued to the ground below her, similar to the last time we saw her in the apartment room.
お願いだ、カナ。私を置いて、そこから消えたりしないでくれ。
I don't want to lose anyone else, she
で
muttered.
も、先生、私はもう行かなくちゃ。そんなのはダメだ。行かせない。
Shinku lifted her chin and focused her gaze on
行
Kana.
かせない。絶対に行かせないぞ、カナ。こっちに来い。まだ何か方法があるかもしれない。先生。カナ、ごめんな。昨日の私はお前に冷たかったかもしれない。だけど、もしもカナが私を許してくれるというのなら、お願いだ。私にチャンスをくれよ。私にカナを助けるための最後のチャンスを。
Slowly but surely, Kana's eyes began to well with tears. She masked her face with her hands.
やだ。
In between sobs, she spoke.
やだよ、先生。先生に嫌われるの。私、嫌だよ。カナ、ずっとわがままな子でごめんなさい。生意気なことばかり言う子でごめんなさい。時々、ちょっと先生をからかって遊んだりする悪い子でごめんなさい。
Yeah, she can't hear her anymore, I assume. Still. So all she sees is an angry-looking Shinku suddenly just screaming around.
何を言ってるんだよ、カナ。先生、私、次に会うときは、もっともっといい子でいるから。私もみんなと同じくらい、先生に心配してもらえるような、いい子になるから。だから先生、お願い。私を嫌いにならないで。
And his eyes squinted as they became blurry with tears. That's not squinting. Shinku's gaze dropped back to her feet again.
先生、私、死にたくないよ。消えたくない、行きたくない。怖いよ、先生。ごめん。
She could bit hard into her
ご
lip.
めんな、カナ。昨日の私はひどかったよな。ご 怖がってたお前を勇気づけてやることもできなかったし、ましてやそうしようともしなかった。なんてダメなやつなんだ私は。だけど信じてほしい。お前のことを忘れてたわけじゃない。お前をどうでもいいだなんて思ったこともない。嫌いだなんて思ってない。大好きなんだカナ。愛してる。愛してるよ。私はお前が大好きだ。みんなと同じように大好きだ。それなのに、お前が一番悲しい肝心な時に私は優しくできなかった。大好きなお前に何もしてやれなかった。ごめん。ごめんなカナ。私は本当にダメな先生だ。寂しい思いをさせてしまったかもしれない。怖い思いをたくさんさせてしまったかもしれない。でも必ず私がお前のことを。
Shinku bit her lips again, her fists clenched as tightly as physically possible.
だから待ってろ。必ず行くぞ。お前を、みんなを助けに行くんだ。
Kana cried out as loud as she could so that her voice could be heard through the raging winds. Oh, never mind, she still hears apparently. Sensei, Kana continued to choke out again and again. Then she forced a smile as a single tear fell down her cheek. Then the wind howled. And gone. She momentarily closed her eyes in response to the intense force.
Kana!
On reopening them, we were already too late. Kana had vanished. There was only one thing left. Feathers falling from the sky. An endless amount of feathers descending all at once. Please, I beg of you. I don't know where it was coming from. That voice like a whisper in the breeze. Please save us from this place. We'll forever be here waiting for you. I promised. That was my promise to her. I vowed in my heart to never forget this day for as long as I lived. As with that promise, I would never forget the promise I'd made to Kana, to save her and all the others. At that point, I heard something from far, far away. Ding, dong, dong, the chiming of bells, those bells that beckoned me. The next day, I ate some more cheese.
本当に一人で大丈夫なのか？私がついていかなくても平気か？
I'll be fine, don't worry. As I've already said several times, the wind turbines aren't turning today, so there's no risk of me going out alone.
でも何があるかわからないから、万が一ってこともあるから。この頃はあの風が吹くのもなんだかスパンが短くなってきてる。それにカナの時みたいにいきなり風車が回り始めることだってあるかも。
Already that worried?
心配だよ。心配に決まってる。
You know, Kana, I think I somewhat understand how you felt. When you love someone, you want them to worry for you. I'm all too familiar with that feeling right now. You have your own things to be doing, Shinku. Much more important things. You need to find a way to save everyone and a way for the two of us to survive. Also, you're on a short timer.
それはそうだけど
Want to go back to the school's lab where you've been carrying out your research and continue. I want you to go back to the school's lab where you've been carrying out your research and continue it immediately. You might not have much time left. On a different note, do you mind if I ask something?
なんだ
How do you know that Kana and I were on the rooftop
ど
yesterday?
うしてっていうのは
We left without telling you especially where we were going. In fact, the only thing we said was that we were leaving town. So considering how you managed to figure out exactly where we were without any information, I don't think it was mere coincidence.
そうだな偶然といえば偶然だしそうじゃないといえばそうじゃないかも
What does that mean?
あれから私も一晩中お前たち二人を探したんだよ町を出ていくと言っていたから山のふもとにある駅からしばらく線路沿いに歩いてもみたでも見つからなかったしばらく線路を歩いて子供の足でこの距離は進めないだろうと思い引き返してまたあの時間までずっと街を歩いて探してた隅から隅まで探し回ってもう最後にここしかないと思った屋上にお前たちがいただから偶然といえば偶然なんだよ焦ったよ昼過ぎになると急に羽が降り始めてもう間に合わないかと思った一目だけでもカナの顔を見ることはできないのかと思
Yeah,
った
those piece of shit feathers waited. Those piece of shit feathers went out of their way to wait. It was when I noticed that most of the feathers were falling upon the school rooftop. Shinku-Route and I realized that I hadn't checked there yet, and it all became clear.
お前たちこそどこにいたんだ一晩中あの屋上で過ごしていたってわけでもないんだろ
We were in the lantern room of the lighthouse. We spent the whole night awake there. Filled Shinku in on the events that transpired after we left her apartment.
そうか灯台それは惜しかったなあの周辺は夜に何度も通ったんだけど
That's a real shame. We shared a smile, but there was no joy in our expressions.
あのなユーマ
What is it?
こちらからも一つだけ質問させてくれないか
Sure.
お前は私を許してくれるのか
For what?
かなりひどいことをしてしまった私をだよ
Will you forgive me for that? If Kana forgives you, then there's no reason whatsoever for me to hold a grudge against you for that.
そうか
I nodded at her and smiled, or tried to at least.
そういえば今日ユーマお前はどこに出かけるんだったっけ
It's secret.
そうか秘密か
Her lips curled upward ever so slightly. I'll be going now then.
ああ行ってらっしゃい夕方までには帰るんだぞ
I headed towards the shopping district to search for what I needed. Shinku still seemed a fair bit worried we said goodbye to each other. Not here either. I wandered the streets alone. It's a shame all the food in these stores is completely rotten. Well, it was only natural. It wasn't solely because of what was happening to the world and to this town. Although these places had certainly been abandoned for quite some time, that wasn't the problem. No one lived in these buildings any longer, so consequently there was no electricity being ran to them. Given the situation, all resources had to be preserved and only in the minimal quantities needed, and used in the minimum quantities needed. All the refrigerators had stopped working. The tap water stunk of iron. The propane gas was depleting quickly. Things were dire, and the food we'd amassed would eventually rot. All of it would, in time. Overindulgence would spell an early death at a ghost town like this. There's basically nothing in the way of entertainment either. I was hoping I could find that movie Connor was talking about. The demon killed the people in their sleep, in their dreams. But it's looking like that might not be possible. As of now, the device has been using as little electricity as possible. Electricity came from the wind turbines lying on the mountainside, which had still managed to turn on their own. However, only when someone was soon to be taken, only then was energy generated. On learning that, I began to truly comprehend just how scarce this resource was for them. Excuse me. Appeared at the storefront of what used to be the greengrocers. Now everything's completely gone bad. No, they'll have what I'm looking for here. I can only imagine how lush and vibrant the vegetables decorating the storefront must have looked back when people were still here. Every last one of them was mushy and shriveled. Their colors had dulled and faded considerably, and I wouldn't dare to put any of them in my mouth. What I'm looking for is strawberries. I was searching for strawberries. That's the reason why I came here. Well, where can I find some strawberries? Looked around, everything was grey. It was impossible to tell any of these had been a strawberry at one point in time. Well, what now? I left the greengrocers. It was now less than a week until the day. Gotta make a shortcut in time for it. That was what Kana and Mia wanted to give Shinku one more than anything. The party plus the short kick. Make for a much better treat than those fish we caught. I wanted to celebrate Shinku's birthday. Those two girls who loved her so much were no longer here, so I decided to bake a cake first since they couldn't. I'd throw Shinku a big, wonderful birthday party just like they wanted. Otherwise all of our efforts would be for nothing. During the brief time we spent together, we worked so incredibly hard. We were doing everything we could to give Shinku the best birthday ever. So I have to make Shinku's birthday party a success, even if I'm the only one left. That bitch god is gonna like try to take Shinku the moment he's about to start celebrating her birthday with her. Like, yes, perfect. I look up the sky. Where those two were, I hope they were watching me. Anyhow, first I had to find the ingredients to make the cake. That was the most important step. Guess I'll check out the supermarket around the corner next. A bell chimed. Dong dong it went. The sound seemed to reverberate through the very ground I was standing on. That was... I really stopped in my tracks. That sound again. The bell chimed. The sound was calling to me. I was certain of it. Began to walk off, drawn to that nostalgic sound like a magnet. I'd come here to look for strawberries, yet hearing that sound had caused me to forget all about my objective. I continued to walk onward as the sound grew sharper and harder to ignore. This place was where the bell had led me to. It was an old worn building. Walking forward, I slid open the door and stepped inside. I had to intrude uninvited, but oh well. I unwittingly muttered to myself. As odd as it was, though, I didn't feel like I was trespassing. Felt like I was summoned here. In any case, the place had to be abandoned. There was no need for manners. The sound's getting louder. The clang of the bells seemed to be coming from somewhere within this building. Alright. Just as I was about to remove my shoes and step aside, though, I noticed something. There was a thin layer of white dust on the hallway floor. Maybe I'd better leave them on. This place doesn't look too clean. Thus stepped into the hallway with my shoes still on. Feeling a small prick of guilt. Only teased a tiny bit though. Wearing shoes indoors feels kind of wrong, because I've gotten a lot more accustomed to life in this town than I realized. I kept a straight face as I continued to follow the sound. Hi, Suzu! Seems to be coming from here, I think. Room 202. As I stood before the door to it, the bell resounded even more loudly, its echoes reaching even further. Strange as it was, it seemed to echo within my head, as though it were being transmitted directly into my brain, bypassing my ears. And perhaps the sound waves were merely causing the air to vibrate in my eardrums too as a result. I faltered. Was the sound real or hallucinatory? Couldn't tell. Even putting that aside, is it really alright for me to enter this room? I was hesitant to simply open the door. My weariness only grew. Wasn't this all a bit too strange? It was. In fact, it was suspicious. Jack would be waiting for me on the other side of that door. Or I began to ruminate on some things. Nothing strange has happened to me thus far. I've seen so many strange things, suspicious things, horrible things, unsettling things since arriving in this town. Far too many to count. Nothing was able to surprise me any longer. Fine, get to it. I'll do it. If it wanted me to open the door, then so be it. Fall into a plainly obvious trap, Happy. I placed my hand on the doorknob and flung the door open without a moment's hesitation.
Ohayo.
There on the other side of the door was...
Ohayo. 目が覚めたかな小さな小さな悪魔くん。私は君が来るのをずっとずっと待ってたよ。
A youthful witch.
さて、ここらでもう一度休憩を挟もうか。
Scissor shuts the book and stretches out her spine.
さすがに疲れたろ何か食べる
I need name. Hold on. I keep forgetting name. Yuma, thank you. Oh my god, Yuma Satan confirmed. There we go. There we go. No, I'm fine. I'm not that hungry.
そう簡単なものでいいなら私が手早く作るけど。
Thanks, but I'm really am full. No, now I think about it, I never actually saw you cook a proper meal on the
なんだ
in the
よ
end.
最後の最後までって。まるでもう二度と会うことないみたいな言い方というか料理したじゃん私。
Why did this happen and when? Won't even cook. If it happened, I certainly don't remember it.
ひっどいなほらこれだよこれ。さっきインスタントな焼きそばをふやかしてやったじゃんか。
That's not a meal. That's a fucking emergency ration. You call that cooking? Sorry. I don't know why I tried to go for my... I was about to say best, but quite frankly, it's still terrible. Gordon Ramsay impression.
Hmm. なんだよその残念なものを見るような目は。
You aren't? Well, whatever. That's enough chit-chat. What was the meaning of all that?
だから焼きそばをお湯でふやかすのだって立派な料理だと認めてほしいと私はそう言ってるわけで。
Don't care. That's not what I was referring to. That witch mentioned the book was you, right? And the boy in there with my name. Is he truly and honestly me? Something feels very peculiar about the story that Susan's been reading to me. Are you positive this book isn't a work of fiction? You didn't just make it all up, did you?
私が作り話を君に語り聞かせてそこに一体どんな意味があるって言うんだよ。
Well, alright. Fair point. She's perfectly right. Still, even so, you should really expect me to believe all of this unquestioningly.
私を魔女って呼び始めたのは君たちなんだ。無断に勝手に一方的に。だからこのお話に出てくる魔女は自分を魔女だなんて認識はしていない。この魔女はあくまでも君の視点で魔女と呼ばれて正しいということになっているだけのことなんだ。わかる？私の言ってること。
I mean, kinda, but also kinda not. Look, if you could please explain all of this in simpler terms, I'm getting really extremely confused.
ああ、そうだね。そうみたいだね。
When can I hear the rest of the story?
そう焦るなって。
She yawned sleepily. Well, I'm not surprised. She's repeated the state again and again and again for so long. At least according to what she said. She has to be sick of it at this point. Still, well, I'm sorry, but can't be patient. I don't know how much time I have left.
でもそうだな。今日はもうここら辺で休んで、 また明日ってことにするのはどうかな。
If we do that, then I'll forget who I am again. If what you told me is true, of course. I'll die, seriously. If you go over the time limit, then I'll cease to be the me that I am right now. I'll be a completely different person hearing that story.
この際、それを試してみるってのもありだと思うけど、本当に消えてなくなるのかどうか。
Please don't do this to me, Suzu. I don't even want to entertain that possibility. I run my fingers through my bangs, wiping sweat off my brow. Are you asking me to die?
いや、ごめん。そんなつもりじゃなかったんだ。少し言葉が軽率に過ぎた。
Suzu. Why are you so averse to reading me the rest of it right now? You don't want to read it to me, do you? That's why you've subtly been trying to stop me from asking.
それはね、ゆうくん。
Yes?
この話を聞き終わった頃、君は大きく傷つくことになるだろうと私は知ってるんだ。そんなもの、想像に難しくはない。それに。
Plus?
それにね、この話を鉄頭鉄尾、完全に完璧に君が理解したなら、君はその瞬間に君じゃなくなってしまう。
Well, yeah, you're not gonna be the you are right now, 10 hours from now. People change. Sometimes the change is small, sometimes the change is big, but people change. It's natural. And then we'll be the person I am.
そう。私はそれがどうしようもなく不安なんだ。私は私自身のやっていることに間違いはないと確信に近い自信がある。でも、それでもやっぱりいろいろな心配は残るから。
Suzu, when you say I'm not going to be the person I am now, do you mean in the same sense as how when I go to sleep, I wake up the next morning without any memory from before as essentially a brand new person?
あるいは。
Alright. So it's a maybe.
それでも知りたい？話の続きを知りたいかい？
Yes. Not without any hesitation whatsoever. I believe that every person has the natural right to know as much about their own self as possible, as long as they wish to know. Reconnect Kingdom Hearts. Damn, I can't believe that Suzu is just Axel right now. Except more cooperative. This is literally the final few hours of 358 Days over 2. Yes, retarded name. But the story is good at least. It's a story focused on Roxas, who is literally like the best boy. Like, yeah, Sora's great and all that, but you gotta appreciate Roxas. Like, I just want the boy to be happy, you know. Like, he was literally created for the sake of fucking pain and misery. You gotta just kind of root for the guy. Anyway. Wanna hear the rest, Suzu? Wanna know who I am?
わかった。尊重しよう、君の気持ちを。だけど、ゆうくん、これだけは先に言っておく。ずっと昔に何があったからといって、昔は昔、今は今だ。お話の中の私は、君に対して何かひどいことを言うかもしれないけれど、それでも、今の私が君を大切に思ってるってことだけは、信じてほしいと思う。いろいろあったけど、いろいろと私たちの間にはあったけど、それでも私は、今の私は、これから先の私は、ずっとずっと君のことが大好きだよ。
Suzu, doesn't like her. Anxiety begins to creep in. She isn't the type of person to tell someone I love you. And that is extremely unsettling. That and she's smiling so gently, as though the end of this story will be out for a while. That smile, it frightens me.
よし。ここらで休憩は終わりにしようか。確かに時間はあまりなさそうだ。
Then opens the
準
book
備はいい？
whenever you are.
うん。それじゃあ続きを読んで聞かせよう。
He said hearing this might cause me to become a totally different person.
そう。君が君じゃなくなるかもしれないお話をだ。
She revives the words from the page with her voice. Yeah, it's gonna make him lose who he is now because he's gonna realize that he was the original Yuma. There's a reason why he picked those words as his name. She revives the words from the page with her voice. Those words then play back in my mind, creating images of a world I should have been all too familiar with. Please, I beg of you, save us from this place. I can hear that voice calling to me from somewhere.
Ohayo, Akuma. やっと会えたな。
Demon child. The youthful witch closed the excessively thick book in her hands. With a thump, she made a point of closing it exaggeratedly.
靴を脱げ。まず話はそこからだ。
Huh?
靴を脱げと言ったんだ。何のつもりだ？人の家に土足で上がり込むような真似をして、ここはいつから欧米文化の影響下に属されたんだ？そんな覚えはまるでないぞ。
Counterpoint, does this look like the place where someone fucking lives when you first enter? I'm sorry. It's so dirty and dusty that I hadn't wanted to take my shoes off. If this was her house, she could at least clean it somewhat, I thought. Thankfully, though, I managed to keep that snide calm to myself. My emotions have been rather chaotic those past few days. That was because I've been reading too many of these world's books. They're off.
オーケー。いいだろう。これで話し合いをする準備くらいは整ったか。
Alright then, the witch said, directing a pointed gaze at me.
ちょっとそこで死んでみてくれないか、少年。
What? Why would you just suggest something like that?
理由は簡単だ。私はお前がどうしようもなく嫌いだからだ。どうした？死ねないか？死ぬ気もないか？まあそうだよな。死ぬ。確かに今のお前には無理な話だ。
The witch's lips curled. There was so much derision in that one simple expression. This had to be her, the sixth person, the one who Shinku-Route had spoken of to me, the witch. I looked around. The room was buried among the mountains of books.
何見てるんだお前は。
The witch chided me in a low voice.
本なんてお前にとっちゃそう珍しいものでもないだろう。
Narrowed my eyes. Her words were thorny and they poked at my skin, filling me with some sort of unpleasant emotion. Did you call me? I looked around the room again. That noise from the bell seemed to be coming from this room. Couldn't see any bell-like object in here though. Only the books which filled every inch of the room.
ああ、私が呼んだ。お前のことを。本当なら呼びたくもないが、こうして面と向かって会話を重ねることさえも不愉快極まりないんだが。
Past Susan was fucking aggressive. Fucking savage. The sixth person, this girl who sat on the windowsill and read. Once more she opened the thick book in her hands.
それでもこうしてもう一度、私はお前に出会わないわけにはいかない。お前には返してもらわなくちゃならないものがたくさんあるからだ。
I've stolen?
お前はあまりにも多くのものを奪いすぎた。価値があるのは私にだけじゃない。世界中すべての者たちにこそ溢れているんだ。お前に自覚はないだろう？覚えもないだろう。だからこそ、より邪悪だと言える。
I was completely and utterly confused. However, I acutely felt her disdain for me was clear as day. Why did you call me here?
言ったろ？返してもらわなくちゃいけないものがあるからだ。
But what did I steal from you?
あ、そうだな。まずは、 思い出すことから始めなくちゃいけない。
She grumbled to herself. Then she placed
どう
the
して
book
こんな手間
down
の
and
かか
grabbed
ることを。
another. Are you all alone here? The sixth began to flick through the book. Was your family taken by that wind too? Once I mentioned that, her hands froze in place.
なんだと？
Just wanted to know if you, like the rest of the kids in this town and this world, had your loved ones taken away from you. You could join forces with them. Together we'd search for a way to beat that.
笑わせるなよ。
Huh?
笑わせるなと言ったんだ。今すぐ閉じろよその口を。貴様、一体どういうつもりだ？
She glared at me, causing me to cower in fear.
何も知らない気でいるのか？何も関わりのないふりをしておくつもりか？まったくひどく虫のいい話じゃないか。おい、もう一度言うぞ。一体どういうつもりだ、てめえは。
I was completely baffled. In fact, I hadn't been able to make sense of anything she'd said since I first entered this room.
お前が元凶だろうが。
What?
何を正義面してやがる。何を被害者面してやがる。何を私たちと同じ舞台に立とうとしてやがる。やめろ、やめろ、やめろ。お前に何の権利が、理由が道理があって、分け知り顔で悲しそうに打ちひしがれてやがるんだ。冗談じゃない、冗談じゃないぞてめえ。家族を殺した殺人者に、その悲しみ、その痛み、僕にはよくよくわかります。かわいそうに、かわいそうにね。と励まされたところで、胸焼けどころか心臓が焼けただれるくらいに不愉快だ。
Okay, sorry. That accidentally went past the line again. She was barely able to suppress her rage, mumbling how dare you over and over.
思い出せ。今すぐ全てを。そして、返せよ。私とこの世界中のみんなの大切な人たちを。
Sixth one then tore a page out from the book in her hands. What are you?
本を出せ。
What
お
book?
前の本だ。持ってるんだろ？いや、持ってないだなんて言わせない。絶対にだ。それがなきゃ全てが台無し。また一から始めなくちゃいけなくなる。
Did as she requested, took out the book. It was the book I'd been using as a diary, produced it from wherever she'd been keeping it.
思い出せ。そして、後悔するがいい。
I took the page that she passed
シ
to
ン
me.
ク。二階堂シンク。あの子の妹を連れ去ったのは、お前なんだよ。化け物ね。
What? All of a sudden, everything went white. Wind. The wind was howling. It sighed quietly as it lifted and flung about the white feathers covering the ground. This was the realm that existed at the furthest reaches of the universe, the great library of the beyond, the place where all life ascends to after death. I was one tasked with managing this place, this collective consciousness in a sense. I had no name. I was but a mere consciousness that existed here to carry out this well. Finishing one of the new books placed on these shelves, I heaved a deep, deep sigh. What to learn about love? Each and every one of the lives recorded in these books were filled with this word, love. Love, affection, a yearning of the heart. It seems to be a uniquely human experience. However, there were also humans who felt unloved by all, which is why I had to once again summon these humans here who harbored such deep loneliness in their heart. It was what I promised dictated I do. Every human soul exchanged a promise with me here, and after that they would go back off on their journey to whatever world they were to be born in. I promised to find happiness. With this next life I will fulfill that promise and attain happiness. So please God, watch over us. Whenever we are sad, please comfort us and tell us that everything will be alright. It was a promise. As such, I imbued them with the power to fulfill their wishes and sent them off to their desired worlds. Following that, I would watch over them from afar as they began to live their new lives. Humans are such precious, lovable creatures. Each and every one of them lives so earnestly as they strive to attain happiness. Sometimes I get the urge to tell them to relax a little bit, though. I don't want them to hurt themselves in the process of finding this happiness. What I want for them is to enjoy the life that they've been given. However, they promised that they would find happiness, which meant I had to promise them something in return. The promise I exchanged with them was they would never be alone. I would give them family, friends, sometimes even lovers. I etched these predetermined relationships into their lives, so they would never be alone. Why then? Why do I find myself feeling so immensely unsatisfied? Even though I'd granted the humans the freedom to love, I myself was not allowed to leave this place to which I've been confined. Even so, it was precisely because of that. I found myself so fascinated with this emotion the humans called love. Love, so the reason I came to this place was so I could attain it for myself, yet it feels like it's so far out of my grasp. The humans, they're each so precious, so beautiful and pure. Every last one of them. There's been one in particular who's stricken my fancy as of late, though. From this location I was in, I had access to countless different worlds, and I could view them if I so pleased. I want you to teach me about love. The human who had captured my heart, that soul who lived with more passion than any other I'd observed. They were always so hopelessly in love. However, it was a love that was not meant to be. Time and time again, they would meet a tragic end before their love could be realized. Yet they stood up after each failure, asking to be reborn in the next world so they could once again fall in love with that same soul and protect the ones that they loved. Right now, they lived in a port town named Kazutsuguhama. Their name was Shinku. Her surname was Nikaido. First name, I. Oh, no, never mind. Yo, Shinku can't catch a break. Even God himself is like, yo, your sister's fucking hot. Nikaido I. She, I thought, would be the best person to teach me what it truly meant to fall in love. So with that in mind, I decided to have her brought here. Even though her life as Nikaido I was far from reaching its natural end, even though she was finally on the verge of attaining the relationship she designed with the boy she so loved, I stole her future, and his too. The first time ever, I used the power of the library for purely self-serving reasons, solely to satisfy this greedy desire of mine to learn of love. I'm so sorry, please forgive me for what I've done. I felt guilty in my heart. Surely I deserve to be punished for my sins. I remembered. She made me remember. Now I know who I was. Was that? What was that? What that was? Was that what? The witch in front of me asked. A dream hallucination? Did you force me to see that? I found myself glaring at the witch in front of me. Being a witch, I thought it certainly would be conceivable for her to have the power to show me visions. What should she even stand to gain from showing me a dream like that? It upset me. It was pointless, and it was cruel of her. I was a human just like all of them. It was on their side. About to save Con and me and all the others who've been taken. This witch had the audacity to. Why did you show me that dream?
何言ってやがる。お前は夢なんて見ないだろうが。感想は？
Lifting my head, I looked her square in the eye.
感想はどうした？自身の邪悪さを自覚せず、理解できない悪党ほど真に邪悪なものはない。そうは思わないか？私はそのすべてを思い出せとお前に言った。だけど純粋な意味で、お前はそれを忘れていたわけではないだろう。お前の記憶形式は、私たち純粋な人間とは大きく異なる。私たちのように昨日と明日と、今とさっきが横に成長し続ける連続体のそれ用に、その意識自体がつながってはいないんだ。だからお前は日記を書く必要がある。横に流れる時間の進みに、意識と記憶を追従させていくそのために。お前がこの世界に、この街に降り立った日から、今の今まで、お前は自分が何者であるのかということを、明々白々と知っていて、しかし同時に知らなかった。私が、お前の本からそれについての記憶を収めたページを、 奪っていたからだ。お前が私たちのように何かを順序立て覚えていくには、その本に日記を書きつけていくしかないんだ。もうわかるだろ？わかってるだろ？お前は人間じゃないんだよ。純粋に私たちと同じ生き物じゃないんだ。
She's going to go apeshit when she realizes that the entire reason why the library is just taking people all willy-nilly is because he's gone. Actually, probably she already realized that. I'm stupid. Never mind.
私がここでお前を迎え入れ、そしてお前の本にかけた記憶の1ページを差し出す。あの子とは何も知らない純粋な気持ちで会いたいからと。お前は自分の記憶を本にして切り外し、私に託した。叱るべき時が来たなら、その記憶を返すようにと。それが私とお前との契約の一だ。そのために私はここで待っていた。お前から渡されたこのドアベルの音を合図にしてな。
Again it rang from some unknown empty space. I was almost led to believe that it was resounding from inside her. However, that didn't matter one bit right now. What's my relationship with this sixth person? Why did she hold the key to restoring my lost memories? I'd have had those lost pages back, I was able to recall everything. However, none of those questions mattered to me anymore. I kidnapped Shinku's sister in Kanoayuma. All the pain she endured, all the tears she'd shed, it's all my fault.
その通り。少しは自分自身の醜悪さを自覚できたか？お前はな、自分が恋を知りたいというわがままを叶えるために、人一人の時間を一方的に摘み取ったんだ。
You know, I get the entire conflict right now is that like, oh yes, he was selfish when he was back at the library and that's bad. However, I'm like setting aside this conflict for a second because like Shiku's sister was literally so obsessed with this man that she continuously reincarnated every fucking time to try to get with him and failed every time, which just prompted her to double down again. That's an unhealthy obsession! In that case, if that anomaly destroying this world is really my doing
当たり
too.
前だろう、そんなのは。どのようにしてそうなったのかは私にはわからない。だがお前以外の誰が原因だって言うんだよ。そもそもこんな底意地の悪い何もかもなんて、お前以外の誰も思いつけるわけがない。
私はこれからきっと皆さんのところへ連れて行かれてしまいます。
So I remember what Kenneth said that day. All of it was my doing. No, I couldn't. Can't believe this.
なんだと？
I don't want to believe it. However, the pages gave me the pages, that which she needed. Which I needed to know who I was. She did not steal them from me. I willingly gave them to her because I wanted to be a blank slate when I met that human girl, which is why I gave this witch part of my memories. And I told her that she could return them to me once I'd arrived back here. Closed my eyes, and almost instantly that image of the beyond came rushing back to me. I recalled what actions I took while in that place. In order to learn what love was, I took Nikaido Ai away without considering the implications of what I was doing. That was what kick-started the anomaly and consequently the beginning of this world's demise. I could no longer turn a blind eye to the horrid truth. What I saw was no dream or hallucination.
おい、どうした？何か言ったらどうだ？信じたくはない。その続きはどうした？言い訳を聞こうじゃないか。全世界の人々が満場一致で納得できるような道理のかなった言い訳を聞かせてくれてもいいんじゃないか？
I took out the book which housed my memories. And I ripped it to shreds.
何をしてるんだお前は。
Ah. I continued to rip and shred page after page. I killed Shinku's sister. Me, I did. I murdered her. Ah! No, 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 I didn't! Pain coursed through my entire body. When the pages were shredded, my skin was ripped off.
やめろと言ってるんだ。
She grabbed the book from me in anger, but the overwhelming guilt was still eating me alive.
ケーキ食べたい。
I almost want to caused her sadness.
だから先生お願い。私を嫌いにならないで。
I also want to cause her tears.
この国を壊した最果ての神様は意地悪だ。
I was the one who robbed her of her happiness. I pulled at my hair in a fit of rage. I was the one who caused all this. It's all my fault. Tugged with enough strength to rip the hair from my scalp. Ah!
おい、やめろ。その体は借り物だぞ。お前のものじゃない。
Kill me, please. I don't deserve to live in this world for a second longer. The witch grabbed my hands, but I punched, kicked, and flailed. Why? Why did you let me go out there and cross paths with them? I could never face those girls ever again. I promised that I would save them, but for what? What irony. I was the cause of their suffering, yet I had the audacity to promise that I would save them. It was downright disgusting. It hurt. It hurt so much. Everything I did brought me agony. Even the simple act of breathing the air of this world brought me immense pain. Jonah, I was the demon in your dreams. Richard's words resounded in my head.
家族を殺した殺人者にその悲しみ、その痛み、僕にはよくわかります。かわいそうにねと励まされたところで胸焼けどころか心臓が焼けただれるくらいに不愉快だ。
Compassion was all too real. Not compassion. Comparison. Not compassion. I'm stupid. Please kill me. Put me out of my misery. I know you hate me. You despise me. Please do it. I can't stand to live in this world any longer.
ただの一介の人間がお前を殺せるわけがないだろうが。
Her words were like a knife.
それにたとえお前を殺せたとしても、それで何がどうなるわけでもない。お前が殺した全員は帰ってこない。
I slammed my head against the wall as hard as I could. I wanted to rip and torture and destroy this body. I wanted to inflict pain upon this flesh that was housing the soul of a demon like me.
やめろと言ってる。
Ah!
いい加減にしろ。
She slapped me.
見苦しいんだよ、てめえは。
She pushed me down on the floor.
思い出せ。お前のやるべきことは一体なんだ。
She grabbed my hair.
少しでも反省しているというのなら、お前はお前の約束を果たせよ。
Her glare seemed to pierce right through
さ
me.
もなきゃてめえは低俗な悪魔に戻るぞ。
I felt a sudden dull pain in my abdomen. After that, I fell down. She'd kneed me so hard that it felt as though my stomach would split open.
ついその体が借り物だってことを忘れちまうな。それがお前自身の体だったならよかったんだ。そうなれば遠慮なんてしないで、いくらでも。
No, I promised, Khan. I promised her that I'd save her. Everyone, please, I beg of you, save us from this place. But how am I supposed to? Why even promise her? How am I supposed to save them now?
だけどお前自身もどこかで分かってはいたんだろ。自分は目の前にいる人間たちとはどこか違うと。それとも自分は普通だと思っていたのか。もしもそうならお笑いだな。どんな気の利いたシャレよりも面白おかしい。
No, it can't be. I'm not. I could deny it. I could reject it. I could struggle against it. Do as I may, the memories from the beyond that swirled around my head would not go away. The reason I took Shinku's sister, the reason I came here, even the reason I had this witch help me, so that I could finally be free of the shackles which constrained me to that place. I remember it all so clearly. Why? Why didn't you call me here earlier? Why did you wait until I met them, befriended them, promised Kanami that I'd protect them? Why the hell did you do that?
これはささやかな復讐なんだよ。私からお前への。私は確かにお前と契約をしたけれど。
I raise a point. Yeah, sure, he's done his thing to a lot more people. However, she brazenly just threw away the life of two young girls just to make a fucking point.
私は私の大切な人を連れ戻すためにお前と手を組まざるを得なかったけれど、だがそれでも一矢報いてやらなければ気が済まないじゃないか。大切な人を目の前で連れ去られる、そんなのお前自身に経験させてやらないわけにはいかないじゃないか。
No, I didn't know anything.
だけどな、本当ならお前のことを本気で蔑み抜いてやりたいが、私にはそんな権利ないのかもしれないな。私は私だけの願いを叶えるためにお前と契約を結んだんだから。
You don't have the right.
私だってお前のことを一方的に責め立てられる正当な立ち位置にはいないってことだ。私はお前とほとんど同類だ。
She heaved a long deep sigh.
あの子たちが暴走した最果てに連れ去られていくのをここでこうして何もせず見ていただけなんだからな。
Wait, I thought you said there was a deliberate act of revenge towards me.
そんな風に都合よく何もかもをセッティングすることができるほど私は有益な力を持っちゃいねえよ。ともかくお前はこの世界にやってくるのがあまりにも遅すぎたんだよ。だけど今日は帰れ。そして話の続きはまた明日だ。互いに互いの願いを叶えるために、あるいは停止したこの世界を救い出すために協力し合わなくちゃいけないんだからな。その説明は明日改めてまたしてやる。だからもう今日のところは帰れ。お前がどうしても自分を許せないというのなら明日から始まる何もかもに全力を賭せ。
The sixth opened up her book again, marking that I could do nothing else at this point.
なんだ、まだいたのかお前は。
She
と
sighed.
っとと帰れと言ったろ。今はお前の顔など見たくもないんだ。私は自分自身の醜悪さをもありありと気づかされるんだ。お前を見ていると。
I staggered to my feet. Just one final thing.
あ、
There's something I want to ask you. I don't know if you'll do it for me, but
言ってみろ。
thanks. There's something I want.
欲しいもの。
I nodded. I want strawberry. Is it good?
ああ、すごく美味しい。久しぶりに食べたような気がするよ。
Why is the
ホット
maple
ケーキ以外のこんな美味しいものは。
Why is the maple syrup still here? You guys like it?
で もどうしたんだ？こんな貴重なもの。どこで見つけてきたんだ？
Well, a place.
そうか。ちょっとか。言えないようなことでもしてきたから秘密なのか？
Nah, it's nothing like that.
まあいいか。ほら、お前も半分食べろよ。今日は何も食べてないから。お腹減ったろ？
She then began to divide the shortcake into two pieces using small, deft movements. The fork she used was the same fork that she always ate her pancakes with.
いちごのところを食べちゃってもいいんだぞ。なんたって私の方がお姉さんなんだからな。これくらい全然平気だ。
You really don't?
平気さ。
I flashed her a brief smile before shaking my head. Thanks, but I don't need any. I'm not hungry.
何をバカなこと言ってるんだよ、お前は。
She let out a small giggle. Couldn't bear to look her in the eye.
ユーマ？
I'm fine. It's your cake after all.
そうか？
Yeah, I'm sure, I said with a nod. She could, you know what the day... What the day one... Do you know what the day one day after tomorrow is? What the fuck?
明日と明日とその次の日？ 3日後ってことか？知らないな。なんてな。ごめん。わざとらしいのはちょっと苦手だ。知ってるよ。私の誕生日だ。そうだろ？
Right, the day you came into this world. I'm a little early, but happy birthday, Shinku.
ありがとう。だからケーキを探してきてくれたのか？
Yeah. Before everything happened, Miyokon and I were planning to throw a big birthday party for you. We really worked so hard preparing for it. Those dude didn't even make it to today, let alone your birthday. They mentioned to me numerous times that they wanted to make a cake, so at least wanted to do that for them, if nothing else.
そうか。ありがとうな。苦労したろ。今みたいな状況でこんな美味しいものを見つけてくるっていうのは本当に大変だったろ？
It wasn't that hard.
嘘つくなって。ユーマは嘘が下手だな。
She giggled. You may be bad at lying, Shinku, but I'm far too good at turning a blind eye to things and burying my head in the sand.
でもなるほど。どこかから見つけてきたわけじゃないのなら、もしかして自分で作ったのか？すごいな、ユーマは。
Not quite. A very generous person gave it to me.
もらった？
I nodded.
親切な人？
The sixth person you mentioned to me a few times. She gave it to me.
ああ、あの子に会ったのか。
Yeah. Just before I left that room covered in books, I asked that sixth person for some shortcake. I said it knowing it was a wholly unreasonable request. Yet she managed to bring me one in almost no time at all, without expending any effort. She told me to take it at Scram. So amazed, I even considered the possibility she might truly be a witch. Says the fucking god. Shinku?
なんだ、ユーマ。
Who exactly is that sixth person?
ああ、面白い子だったろ？
Shinku chuckled in amusement. I just couldn't bring myself to smile back at her.
でも、私もあの子に関してはあまりよく知らないんだ。あの子はずっと一人であそこで寝起きしていて、私たちの呼びかけにも答えず、教室に一度もやってくることもなく、ずっとあの寮で本ばかりを読んでるような子だ。
Was she doing all right from what you could tell? Shinku then asked. I suddenly felt a sharp pain in my abdomen again. Yeah, she was doing fine. For what it was worth. You need to be in pretty good shape to be able to deliver such a painful explosive kick.
そうか。元気にしていたか。そいつはよかった。何よりだ。確かに、私はあの子のことを詳しくは知らないけれど。だけど、あの子とは少し方法は違うけど、一緒に最果てに関しての解決法を見つけ出そうと、そう誓い合った仲なんだよ。私たちは。
You and her?
ああ。あの子は大変な読書家だからな。 私は両親から受け継いだ研究から、そしてあの子はこの世にあふれている先人の知恵から最果てへの道のりを探し出す。そういう風にして私たちは互いに異なる方法で世界を救おうとしていたんだ。
Let's see.
まあそれはともかくありがとうなユーマ。ケーキ美味しいよ。
No problem.
甘いものがいいな。お腹いっぱい食べてると幸せな気持ちになってくる。
Shinku beamed happily.
今度はお返しにお前の誕生日を私が盛大に祝ってやるよ。そういえばユーマの誕生日はいつなんだ？
If you want to thank anyone, you should thank Kana and Mio. I think they deserve it more than me.
ああ、
If they hadn't done all the planning they did, and no one would have even thought of getting you a cake.
そうなのかな。わかった。今日から私の大好物にショートケーキを加えておこうかな。すごく甘くて柔らかくってお前たち3人の気持ちがとても嬉しかったから。
Right. Shinku, I'm the one who should be thanking you.
ユーマの方が？
According to the book I read in the school library, on a person's birthday, all their families and all their friends and family are supposed to thank them for being born.
そうか。生まれてきてくれてありがとうか。
She closed her eyes, a tiny smile playing on her lips.
それなら私は妹に愛におめでとうを言うことにしよう。私とはまるで全然似ていない双子の妹だけど、それでも私の誕生日はあの子の誕生日でもあるから、もうここにはいない人間だけど、そういうのも悪くはないよな、きっと。
I really wish I could introduce her to you, Shinku said with a smile. Aye. Just from the mere mentioning that name, my heart was already swelling to the point of bursting.
ごちそうさま。
She clasped her hands together after finishing and offered her thanks.
とても美味しかったよ、ユーマ。
That
ありが
sweet
とうな。
smile of hers seemed to change the atmosphere of the room itself.
そうだ、話の続きをするか。
What
ユ
discussion?
ーマの話だ。お前じゃないユーマの話。まだ途中だったろ？
Don't worry about it. Shook my head.
そうなのか？
Yeah, I'm sure. I already knew all about him. I was now able to remember everything. There was no longer a need for me to ask Shinku about him, or even as her sister. I could recall it all on my own. Yuma. Kanoe Yuma. I was supposed to possess a perfect working heart. Yet I was jealous of him. And because of that jealousy, I assumed his name. If I had his name, I thought that Shinku would be more likely to take notice of me. I closed my eyes, and I began to recall the past.
ねえ、意地悪な神様？
That's a loaded sentence! I heard the voice of a young girl. I wanted to know what love was. From that selfish wish, I decided to bring this poor innocent girl to my domain against her will.
神様は恋をしたことがある？
She had every right to be upset and in distress over what had happened to her. But a carefree smile showed not even the slightest hint of sadness. Aye, Nikaido, aye. Hers was the one soul among all I observed that I thought would be best able to help me understand what love was.
どうしたの神様？黙ってちゃわからない。教えてよ。神様は恋をしたことがあるの？
She cocked her head to one side and smiled at me mischievously. There was something that I immediately noticed about this girl whom I'd taken from the small port town in which she lived. She was very loquacious.
ねえ、神様答えてよ。無視してたら私怒っちゃうんだから。
I'm not a god of any sort.
それなら悪い人なの？私たちの世界の人たちみんながそう言ってるみたいに。
Maybe so. Either way, just please don't call me a god. I broke the rules, and how can a rule breaker be considered a god?
規則？
You weren't supposed to come here yet, and I went against that established practice that brought you here. Solely because I had a desire to speak to you. You were finally able to attain the relationship you desired with the person you loved so much. And your soul's promise was about to be fulfilled in this life. The very promise you and I made. And then you were supposed to go on, find a new wish, and lead a new life after this one had concluded. If she had been united with your beloved, and her soul's promise had been fulfilled, then I would have lost my chance, and she would never have been able to teach me what love was. It was that fear which led me to break the rules. You've been working towards fulfilling your soul's promise for many lifetimes now. This iteration of you, Nikaido Ai, is finally within your grasp. You could have moved on to something else, yet I stole that opportunity away from you.
でもそれはあれだよね。私はまた次のユーマと最初から恋をすることができるってことなんだよね。
Why?
私たちは魂の約束を果たすまで何度も何度も生まれ変わる。そして今の私の約束はユーマと結ばれること。そうだよね。
I nodded.
それなら私は全然悲しくなんてないんだよ。私はむしろ次にまたユーマに出会えることが楽しみで仕方ないんだから。
Even though you'll forget everything that happened in this life?
そうだよ。
Even though the next time you meet, you'll be complete strangers?
そうなんだよ。
And there won't be any guarantee he'll fall in love with you again? Even if similar to all your previous lives, the two of you don't end up together, and your life is full of pain and misery until you return here again.
その時はその時。そんなこと気になんてしてられない。もしもユーマと結ばれることはなかったとしても、また次がある。次も次もそのまた次も、ずっとずっとその先を用意してくれてる。そうでしょ、意地悪な神様。それに次に生まれ変わった時、私はユーマと恋することができなかったとしても、その時は私は家族を守るよ。お父さんとお母さん、そしてお姉ちゃんの幸せを守るよ。
Girl laughed, saying life is about more than just one thing. Isn't that right, Mr. Big Bad God? And when you think you're as wicked as I say. Are you? Really dead? You seem too cheerful, too talkative. I wasn't expecting that.
何それ、死んだ人はみんな悲しんでなくちゃいけないの？そんな決まりどこにもないよね。
Aren't you the one who killed me anyway? The girl remarked cheekily, shooting me a genuine smile, free of any hidden emotion. Yeah.
それじゃあ私から最初の質問の続き。神様は恋をしたことがあるの？
No, I don't think so. That's why I called you here, because I want to know what love is. To know what makes it such a precious emotion, and determined that you would be the person best suited to tell me.
うん、そうだね。神様は恋が知りたいって言うけれど、それはただ知りたいなって思うだけ？自分で誰かを好きになってみたいとは思わないの？
I'm not sure. Well, even if I did, I don't have the time for that. I have to manage this place, and it keeps me far too busy.
だから恋に興味はあるけれど、自分が実際にそれを楽しんでみる気はあまりない？
I transmitted my information to her without nodding or using any other non-verbal signals. On that, she giggled. What's so funny?
なんだか私思うんだ。
Okay.
意地悪な神様と私のお姉ちゃんはなんだかどこかよく似ているなって。
I'm like your sister.
そう、私の大好きなお姉ちゃん。いつも不機嫌そうにしてるけど、いつも難しいことばかり考えててさ、ほら、顔のここら辺に
The girl pointed at her brow.
ギューって感じにしわ寄せて、なってばかりいるんだけどね。お姉ちゃんは真面目すぎるんだよ。あんなに可愛いんだからもうちょっとおしゃれとかしてみたらいいのになって私は思うの。お姉ちゃんも自分から動けば誰でもお姉ちゃんのこと好きになると思うんだけどな。
She never mentioned it, but I always had a feeling that she liked Yuma too. I merely listened as the girl prattled on without pause, unable to make heads or tails of what she was saying. However, I did notice the white smile on her face. I could tell how much she loved the person she spoke of, each and every one of them. Her joy was almost infectious. Nanchan's really so amazing. I wonder why Yuma's so adorable. And handsome. Don't you think that's strange, God? What do you think? And so on and so forth. Even that syllable out of her mouth resounded with happiness. Never heard anything as pleasant to my ears as her voice. If you were the sun,
太陽
and your sister would be the moon, that's the impression I get listening to you speak about her.
そうかもしれないね。お姉ちゃんはとっても可愛くて、それにとっても綺麗な人だから、私が太陽なんていうのはちょっとよくわからないけど、お姉ちゃんは神様の言う通り素敵な人なんだよ。
Sometimes she whines about how she's never gonna grow any, but that's part of what makes her so cute, the girl who had been kind of, I said with a chuckle. She's the kind of person I aspire to be. Shinku. Nikaido Shinku.
ありがとう、神様。
Huh?
お姉ちゃんを私のお姉ちゃんにしてくれて感謝してるんだよ。意地悪な神様。
Look, I'm not a god, I told you that.
ごめんね。ごめんなさい、神様。怒らないでね。
Whatever. I heaved an exasperated sigh. Call me whatever you want. Shot me back a carefree smile. Also, him. Kano Yuma. He really was a lucky man. Beloved so much by these sisters who were like the sun and the moon. I had to admit, she was jealous of him from the bottom of my heart. I'm actually confused now. Hold on, didn't they say that he was grabbed first and then the sister? Wait. I opened my eyes, a erupting stream of memories flowing in. My wish is to fall in love. Nikaido Ai had told me thusly. I truly wanted to know what love is, and I had to experience it for myself. That was the reason why I came to this world, to learn firsthand what this emotion that I was so curious about was. Shinku. Peered at that peaceful face next to me. I wanted to tell her how precious I was to her. I wanted her to tell me how precious I was to her, how she yearned for me. But deep down, I already knew that it was an unattainable dream. I stretched out my hand and gently stroked her eyelid with my fingertips. No matter how strongly I desired it, I already knew that she would never see me that way. I'm sorry. All I wanted was her forgiveness. I hurt you in so many ways. Yuma. Kanoe Yuma and Nikaido Ai took the two people you loved most from your life. In doing so, I left you all alone in this world, all to satiate my own curiosity and learn about something which puzzled me. You're wrong, Ai. I'm no god. I meant to turn my head, but that carefree smile I'd grown so used to was no longer there. Tomorrow I should go and visit the witch again. I'm gonna change this world, Shinku. I promise you I will. So that one day you'll be able to fall in love with someone much more deserving than you of you than me. That was your sister's heartfelt wish. She wanted you to live a happy life, free of obligation. So that's what I'll grant you. I'll change this world, so you have the freedom to live a happy life. Pulled out the book which the witch and I had taken from a certain bookstore. I think I understand now. Finally amused. Perhaps it was the witch who taught me this, by letting me cross paths with Kana and Mio and allowing me to befriend them and spend that brief time together with them. She taught me what loss feels like. What it's like to lose people who are dear to you. If I hadn't experienced this, I probably would have continued on in my pursuit of my wish, ignoring what anyone said otherwise. I would have marched on, prioritizing myself over anyone else, not caring what state I left this world in. All of a sudden, Shinku began to stir. She tossed and turned in her sleep. Huh? Oh, hi. I knew that it was only sleep talking. She was still dreaming. Yuma, she mumbled, calling her name and again before a tiny smile crept to her lips.
なんだよ。お前は本当に。
So asleep, she stretched out her arms towards me. Shinku. Then she wrapped me in a loving embrace.
可愛いやつだな。ユーマは。
Her scent rose around me. It was sweet, with a slight hint of coffee in it. At the same time, it was fluffy like pancakes and sweet like shortcake. I loved it. Didn't know what she was seeing in her dream, but having her arms around me and her nose nuzzled against my chest was so wonderful. I closed my eyes. Tomorrow didn't need to come. I want this moment to last for eternity.
ユーマ。
Even though she called my name, I knew it wasn't me. The Yuma she dreamed of wasn't me. A sharp pain shot through my chest.
恋っていうのはね、時には痛いんだよ。意地悪な神様。その人のことを思うと、胸の奥がズキズキ痛いの。
It was the one thing I taught me about love. No, this isn't what I want. This wasn't what I wanted. This wasn't the kind of emotion I'd wanted to experience. My wish was to fall in love. That purpose came to this world where I, sister Shinku, lived. Sacrificed so much, cast aside all of my responsibilities, and even enlisted the help of that witch. If only I'd known how painful it was to be in love. If only I'd known how unattainable it was. So I changed my wish into something else. I'm gonna fix that place, which has started running amok in my absence. In doing so, I'm going to fulfill your wish, Shinku. Shinku's wish to fulfill her precious students' wishes. Kana, Mio, and all the other kids to do what the adults of this country were no longer here to do. Fulfill those kids' dreams and wipe away the sadness in their hearts. That was Shinku's wish. I bestowed her with the necessary power to make it come true. Fill that wish in my place and go save Kana, Mio, and the others. Just as I'd promised Kana before she left us. Please, I beg of you, save us from this place. I'll return to the place where I belong and never leave there for all eternity. Painful aching in my chest was unbearable. Even so, I knew that this pain was not near enough to atone for what I'd done. I prioritized my own desires before anything else. Far too petty to be called a god. In any case, tomorrow was the day. I'm going to meet with the witch tomorrow and I'm going to return everything to how it should be. Clutched the book tightly to my chest. The book that was going to be essential in fixing everything. All because I left that place, this world was thrown into chaos. I did everything I did with full knowledge of what would happen. If I told the witch of that, she would no doubt be infuriated. I brooded over that among other things as I waited for tomorrow. Here's the thing, like, oh yeah, I get that we were supposed to, like, at least somewhat blame the men, probably. But, like,
それじゃあ神様、行ってきます。
I don't even want to imagine an eternity of just being stuck in this other world where the only thing that happens is occasionally you'll pull people from their world only to send them off immediately again. That would be fucking desolate. Like, sure, he ruined an entire world, but, like, Gods ain't perfect. Like, here's the thing. I would much rather he be my god than literally any of the Greek ones. Because the Greek ones are selfish from the get-go. Like, they 100% are aware of what they're doing, yet they will still prioritize their own wants and desires over what humanity needs. He literally just wanted to know one thing and was just unaware of how much that would hurt people. Zeus, when he bangs another girl, another woman, is 100% aware that Hera's gonna fucking smite her again. Anyways. The girl gave a sharp salute. Time has now come for her to depart. In the end, I'd never gotten her to quit calling me God. We'd spoken so much since she came here, that I found myself feeling a bit sad about having to say farewell. I guess in the end, you never did tell me much about love. I'd constantly asked her to tell me what love was, but she'd never once given me a clear-cut answer. Instead, she would talk about her twin sister, how she would eat nothing but pancakes, how she would forget to eat and keel over from hunger if I didn't cook for her. On H on this, on H on that. I found myself thinking of that sister of hers. I noticed something. Ai's love for her may have rubbed off a little on me. It was a weird feeling. My chest felt warm. I really love your sister that much. I really do, I replied with a big smile. I can tell, I said, but I still want to know. Could you tell me just a little bit more about love? I broke the rules to get you here after all, so if I don't end up learning anything, I'll have to take that risk. I'll have to take that risk all for nothing. This painful aching in my chest. I want her to tell me about a sweeter kind of love.
ダメだよ。
She denied me.
そういうのは人から聞いてもダメなんだよ、神様。分かったつもりでも、いろいろと美化されるだけで何も分かっちゃいないようなことになるだけなんだよ。お姉ちゃんみたいな頭でっかちになっちゃうよ。
Her again, you really do love your sister, huh? She smiled. That's right, I really love her, so make sure you find someone nice for her to fall in love with next time too.
そして、ちゃんと予定した通り、私とユーマがまた無事に出会えるようにって祈っていてね。意地悪な神様。
Guess this is where we say goodbye then. Take care. Pray that your journey is a safe one.
ありがとう。意地悪なんかじゃなかった神様。私、絶対にユーマと一緒に幸せになるね。
Everyone thinks they're a Mr. Nice God. A new life was about to begin. We should be reborn, and as whom? It only described in brief what a fate would entail. When the soul went off to be reborn, I would always speak with them about what their new life would entail. After that, I would bid them farewell and wish them all the best in their new life. That was my duty. Also, in addition to that, what I shared with that soul about their life was never set in stone. Their wish could change. Just as the mind could grow and develop, a wish too had the potential to change its shape. That was why the vague summaries I wrote of their fates never had an end. The continuation of that fate was up to her to choose and decide upon as she lived. Still, I wished for her happiness, just as I did for all the souls that I met here. May her next life be filled with blessings. I knew I had no right to wish her happiness. Despite that, though, she smiled and thanked me. I prayed that he'll soon be reunited with the person he loves so much, Yuma.
大好きな人。
She smiles, then reprimands me for making it sound as though she no longer loved him. Do you think he'll forgive me? I was planning to bring him here before you and talk about various things with him. First, I wanted to speak to the person whom I loved so dearly. And after that, I would have a better idea of what questions to ask her. It would help me understand what love was truly about. However, he wouldn't tell me anything. He just glared at me and refused to have any sort of conversation with me. I think he hates me.
そうだね。私だってすっごく悲しかったんだからね、神様。
I'm sorry my curiosity about love got the better of me.
いいよ。わかった。過ぎたことは過ぎたことなんだよ、神様。私たちには後にも先にも 先しかないの。あれ、私変なこと言ってる？
Maybe. Strange. When I spoke to this girl, I felt this warmth in my chest.
それに神様、今日までお姉ちゃんのことたくさん話したけど、神様はお姉ちゃんのことどう思う？
What do I think of
お
her?
姉ちゃんのこと好きになった？
Well, I suddenly realized something. I wanted to learn what love is, and if you've been speaking to me all this time about your sister, was that intentional? Damn, I really out here like, you know what? I'm very sorry about like stealing the man she actually liked, but hey, in turn, I can hook her up with an actual fucking god. The Wingman to end all Wingmen. That's a fucking video title, actually. Hold on, I need to note this down. Hold on, I need to fucking note this down. Hold on. Noting me down on the goddamn timestamps. You know what? Actually, I'm gonna leave this as well. I'm like, that's not just gonna be like the note to remind me of, you know, the fucking title. We have a new edition. Perfect. I know it has nothing to do with the original joke because the two characters shared the same VA, but I don't give a shit. God, there's like, I realized that there's some people, like, there's probably some people watching my videos that have no idea what the gay vampire Dr. Skywalker Speed Freak is even about. And, you know what? That's just the bottom of the iceberg, I guess. Was she trying to get me to fall in love with her sister?
さあ、どうでしょう。そこのところはご想像にお任せなんだよ。
She showed me that characteristic carefree smile of hers.
お姉ちゃんを好きになってくれる人が増えるのは嬉しい。ただそれだけだよ。
I wasn't able to determine what exactly that smile meant. She certainly was a strange girl.
神様、もしもお姉ちゃんのことが気になり始めたっていうのなら、お姉ちゃんを好きになってもいいよ。誰かを好きになったりするのは自由だもの。誰にも止められたりはしないよ。でもね、約束してよ、神様。私とユーマをここにこうして連れてきたみたいな方法じゃなくて、神様が直接お姉ちゃんに会いに行って、そうしてそこで一から自分で恋を始めるんだって。
Alright, there we have it. She's at fault. She's the start of everything. If she hadn't fucking opened her big ass fucking mouth, none of that would have, none of the entire, like, whole cities being goddamn vanished into the library would have ever happened. I mean that I should learn who she is myself instead of relying on information I've been told from another party and taking it as fact. She nodded.
そうすれば、神様がお姉ちゃんを好きになること、私は全然大丈夫だって、そう思うな。そういうわけだから、もしもこれから神様が恋していく中で、何か困ったことがあったら、今度は私が神様を助けるからね。
You're the god who prays for all us human souls to attain happiness, but from now on, I'll be the one to come to your aid. I'll be the one praying that your wish comes true, she continued. You're going to.
そうだよ。恋に恋する私たちは同盟を組んで、助け合って生きていこうよ。
The girl smiled and began her departure.
ユーマ、待っててね。今からまた、あなたに会いに行くからね。
Also, one last thing, God, please cure my sister of her loneliness. So anyways, he made it worse. After she left, I began to contemplate. Should I go and meet her sister, or should I not?
Yuma, 今日はどうする予定なんだ?
Once we'd finished eating breakfast, Shinku asked me that question. What do you ask?
早く帰ってくるか? それとも遅くなるのか? そこのところを教えてほしいんだよ。
Oh no, we don't have any set schedule. Wasn't even certain that I'd be returning at all. If I stay there late, I'll be back late. If I finish early, I'll be back early.
なんだよ。その微妙に過ぎる言い方は。
He smiled at me in amusement.
もっと素直な言い方ってあるだろ?
Well, all I'm trying to say is that I don't have any set plans in stone.
そうか。予定は未定か。やっぱり素直じゃないな、お前は。
What do you mean?
どうしてって。そりゃ心配にもなるさ。昨日は私にケーキを探してくれてたみたいだけど。でも、何も聞かされないまま帰りが遅いと、待っている方はどうしても心配になるんだよ。お前が私の見てないところで、勝手にどこかへ行ってしまって、お前まで私を置いて、一人で遠い遠いどこかの場所へ行ってしまったら、私は
Shinku?
私はきっと泣いちゃうぞ。
There was a hint of mischief in that smile. Could only avert my gaze.
こら、
She trapped my cheeks between her
こ
tiny
っ
hands.
ち向けって。
Then she forcibly rotated my head back towards her.
なんで目をそらすんだよ、お前は。
Even with my face stuck in that position, I moved my eyes so that I wasn't looking directly at her. Ow, that hurts, Shinku.
しぶといやつだな、お前は。何が何でも私と目を合わせない気か？それともあれか？何かのゲームのつもりか？
It's nothing, don't worry about it, Shinku.
嘘つくんじゃない。昨日の夜からお前はずっとそうだ。私と目を合わせようとしないじゃないか。何か話したいこととかあるんじゃないのか？私に何か隠し事してるだろう。
You're telling me not to worry about it, but your face seems to be saying that you do want me to, she continued. No, it's not. Couldn't finish my sentence. Just couldn't bring myself to look her in the eye. Shinku heaved a sigh before moving her hands and releasing my face.
分かった。信じよう。今のところはユーマを信じる。これ以上何を聞いても、お前は口を割りそうにないしな。
I'm gonna go for a long part today, probably. I'm gonna take a quick piss break, BRB. I return.
だけど、本当に大丈夫なんだな。私はお前を信じるぞ、ユーマ。お前は大丈夫。何でもない。困ったことはない。だから何も問題はない。そうなんだな。
After a brief pause, I
わ
nodded.
かった。信じよう。もうこの国には私とお前、そしてもう一名、その3人しかいないんだ。これからを生きていくために私たちは協力し合わなくちゃいけない。わかるな、ユーマ。だから私たちの間では妙な隠し事はなしだぞ。
Fucking Shinku just grabs him by the shoulders like, listen up. It's just you, me, and her here. We are the last 3 survivors on this planet. And you're the only man, so you're gonna have to work overtime. I know. Really am fine though. Nothing's going on with me. There was a chance that I'd never come back here. There's no problem. In fact, it was a pathway to a solution. I had no reason to tell Shinku. That's what I told myself.
もう一度確認するぞ。今日の予定はどれくらいに帰ってくる？
I'm going to meet the 6th person today and I don't know when I'll be back.
あの子に会いに？何をしに行くんだ？
I don't know. don't know what we're doing until I get
予
there.
定は未定だから。
Mm-hmm.
そうか。あまり無茶はするなよ。
You too. Good luck with your research.
あ、やってやるさ。カナとミオと、そして私の大好きな子供たち全員を連れ戻す。そのためにな。
You know, kind of feel like one of those daycare workers whom all the kids think of as a second mother.
なんだよそれは。
She smiled, albeit a bit confused at my words.
でもまあ、そういう風に言われても悪い気はしないな。私は私の生徒たちが大好きだから。みんな同じくらいにな。だからお前のことだって大好きだぞ、ユーマ。
Come on. Come up. It'll be difficult. There we go. Ah, god fucking damn it. Don't fall off. The only one that's allowed to fall off is me, and that's just because of my comedy. Right, I almost forgot that I have something else upstairs. Did I also carry this down there? Down here, I mean? Nope. Did I forget it upstairs? Probably did. Anyways, She smiled at me bashfully. Alright, I'm heading out now.
了解。私はこのコーヒーを飲んでから出るよ。あんまり遅くならないうちに帰ってこいよ。
It is midnight now.
世界ノートだ。
That was the first thing the witch said to me upon my arrival in her room as promised.
今から私たちはお前の本をそう呼ぶことにする。
A world what?
ノートだ。世界ノート。お前があの場所から持ち出してきたその本は、お前がお前自身の記憶を留めておくのに必要であるという以上に意味のあるものだ。
Need
そう
to
だろ？
remember that's the key to saving this world, the witch explained.
死んだ人間の命を本にし、その魂が次に生まれ変わる時が来るまで保管する。それがあの場所の目的ではあるが、だがしかし、あの場所が本にするのは人だけではなく、終わってしまった世界そのものを写本としてまとめることにもある。と、お前は私に言っていたな。あの場所でお前と私とで契約を交わした、あの時に。
Yeah, that's right. I nodded. I was no longer confused by the things that the witch would say. If I recalled the memories which she'd returned to me, things made a lot more sense. I'll necessity you help in order to escape from that place, that prison of souls. Also, pointed at the witch's chest, specifically her heart. Stood that doorbell in your soul so I could be allowed to leave. That doorbell, which was unable to approach before.
私はお前をあの場所から外へ出す。その引き換えに、私は大切な人を一人、返してもらう。それが、
Our contract, which finished, then closed the book she was reading promptly.
さあ、始めようか。私たちの願いを叶えるための、そして、異常事態に飲まれてしまったあの場所を、正常に引き戻すための、計画を。
I reminisced briefly, so that I could recall in detail the contract I'd made with the witch.
あ
お前は私に何をやらせる気なんだよ。
This happened immediately after I'd sent away Shinku's sister, Nikaido Ai. I brought a lone girl to the library, Natsume Suzu, the girl who lived in the same remote port town as I, Katsutsukuhama. She, more than anyone else, yearned to find and reach this place. For that reason, I was in pain with the same guilt about bringing her here as I had been with I. I want to travel to the town from which you come from, but in order to do that, I need the help of another. There was a reason why the girl had wanted so strongly to come here. There was a person whom she'd been separated from and she longed to see them again. I had brought that person here quite a long time ago. She wished to take them and bring them back with her. Using one of the library's books for personal desire is a clear violation of the rules, and honestly, putting it that way might be an understatement. But anyhow, if you'll hear out my request and cooperate with me, then I'll return that person to you. I'll grant you everything exactly how you desire it, I said. So please help me escape from this place and lead me to the town that you're from. Then I asked her to take the doorbell that hung from the entrance of the great library and bring it back with her. That doorbell was something akin to a seal that kept me confined within this space. If you remove that seal, then I can leave freely. Can't touch it myself, but you can.
ふざけんじゃねえぞ。どうして私がてめえの言うことを聞かなきゃならない。依頼する相手を根本からして間違えちゃいないか、お前は。と言いたいのは山々だが。
But the girl continued to began to comb down her hair.
お前の言うことを聞くのは尺だが、どうしても王とはうなずきがたいが。だけど、本当なんだな。お前の言うことを聞けば、あの人を私に返してくれるっていうのは。
I nodded. After fretfully weighing her options, the girl finally nodded and said fine. With that, the contract was complete. She and I became partners in crime through our quest to violate the laws governing this universe.
それはそうと、私の町へお前は行って、そこで何をするって言うんだ？ただ観光をしようってわけじゃ。別に自分の住む場所を悪く言うつもりはさらさらないが、しかし、何もない場所だぞ。あの場所でないとこなせない何かがあるというようには、到底思えないんだがな。
There's nothing in particular I'm looking to do. I just want to find a certain girl, meet her, and fall in love with her.
恋？お前が恋だと？
Her name is Nikaido Shinku, and I want her to teach me about love.
お前があの子と？
I nodded. I couldn't deny it. I had begun to develop a great interest in this girl after hearing I speak of her so much. From what I'd heard, she was much like myself in many regards. I would always speak of her so affectionately. She supposedly had no interest in romance and would strive as much as possible to avoid hot topics which made her uncomfortable. Not without blushing, though. I never actually met her. All I really knew about her was hearsay from I. However, it was as though I had meticulously planned this well in advance, given me all the information, all the means to fall in for her sister, and finally learn what love was. At this point, I was ready to believe as such.
何バカなこと言ってやがるんだ。あの子がお前に惹かれるはずないだろうが。そもそも、どんなことでも自分の研究を絶対優先するようなあの子が恋だなんて。まだ妹の婚約者で幼馴染のユーマと、実は付き合ってましたって暴露される方が説得力もあるってもんだ。
Huh, in that case, why not I become Yuma? I'll borrow his name and introduce myself as Kanoa Yuma. The detested, loathsome name of that man, who may very well have loved Nikaido Shinku just as strongly as he had her sister. If I used his name, I should at the very least be able to get her to acknowledge me.
そんなこと、本気で言ってんのか？
I nodded.
どうしようもねえな、お前は。
The witch shook her head with a sigh.
本気なのか？二階堂シンクと恋をしてみたい。それがお前の願い？そもそもお前は人を好きになるってことがどういうものなのか知っていて、そんなことを言ってるのか？
I don't. That's why I wanted to teach me. I want to fall in love with her so that I can unlearn what love truly is. And I want it explained to me verbally. I want to experience it for myself.
なぜそんなものを知りたいだなんて思う？
It's simple. I don't know what it is, so I want to learn. That's the only real answer I can provide you. It's just plain curiosity, nothing more, nothing less. Plus, before I came here, Well, the witch interrupted, seeming to have realized that I was having trouble stringing my thoughts together.
世の中すっとんきょうなことになったもんだな。 神様が、いや、悪魔が人間を恋愛対象に選ぼうとするなんて。ともかく、計画を立てようか。恋をするっていうお前の願いと、もう一度あの人に出会いたいっていう私の願いを叶えるための計画を。だが勘違いはするなよ。私はお前が大嫌いだ。その一点は依然変わりない。利害が一致したから協力するだけのこと。そこのところ絶対に忘れてくれるなよ。
After that, our discussion with the witch in the library concluded. I sent her back to the world from which she came, with her life still intact. Only so that I could be freed from this place. That was my first egregious violation of the rule. Let her return with her life. Previously, when I brought I, Numa, here, that possibility hadn't even crossed my mind. I broke the rules for purely self-serving reasons. I was a monster, a demon. I could feel it in my blood, my own sinfulness. There was nothing more wicked than evil born of ignorance. I have to apologize to everyone who suffered at my hand. If I want to make things right, surely I had no right to happiness. After that, after we'd hammered out the details of our plan, you said that there was no way to find love with Shinku, didn't you?
そうだな。で、自分のその目で彼女を見てみてどう思った？彼女はお前に、お前がどうしても知りたいと願っていたらしいそれを教えてはくれそうか？もうお前にもわかるだろう。お前が求める恋とは、自分が一方的に誰かを好きだからといって、それだけでは完全として出来上がるようなものじゃない。相手も自分と相当量に好きをこちらへ発信してくれないことには完成しない。それくらいのことは理解できているだろう。
I think so.
それならどうだった？改めて問おう。あの子はお前に恋をしてくれそうか？
Frankly, I thought it was impossible. I was convinced that Yuma already held a special place in her heart and there was no room for me. I know Yuma, the other one, who was a childish friend. When she spoke of him, her face lit up with joy, but yet she seemed so solemn at the same time. At least, that was how it appeared to me. I may not be able to fulfill my wish.
そうか。お前は恋することができない。そうなると、私はお前からあの人を返してもらうことができないということになる。そういう契約だから。それは非常に困るんだ。だから私はこういった事態を避けるためにと考えて、その本をあの場所から持ち出してくるようにとお前に言ったんだ。この世界が終わってしまった後に、世界そのものを記述するために用意されていた、その本をな。その本さえあれば、お前は実に自分本位な恋愛を都合よく体験していくことができるだろう。たとえその全てが偽物であったとしても。まず、情報を整理しようか。お前は恋をしてみたい。私はそのサポートをしなければいけない。しかしお前が恋するには、この実世界では不十分。なぜなら二階堂シンクは、お前を好きになってくれないと、お前自身がそう感じているからだ。そういった問題を解決するには、お前の持つその本の力を使えばいい。それで、一つ目の問題は解決される。
You would be using the book to craft a fake world, the witch explained. A world where a fake Nikaido Shinku would love you unconditionally, and a world with a fake Nikaido Shinku would love you unconditionally without
そ
question.
してもう一つ。解決すべき大きな大きな問題がある。管理者を失い、混乱状態のただ中にあるあの古書店だ。その異常を正常に戻さなくてはいけない。もうこれ以上、悲しい思いをする人たちを増やさないためにも、そういった異常を正すには、お前があの場所に戻り、再び管理者として、長い長い一生涯をあそこで過ごせば、それで救われる。その点に異論はないか？いや、異論なんてものは認めやしない。そういった何もかもをお前に心で理解させるため、私はお前に、あの子たちが消えてなくなる瞬間に立ち会わせたんだ。
その瞬間が訪れるまでここでずっと待っていたんだ。私はあの子たちを犠牲にしたんだ。
Need to return to that place which I abandoned in order to fix the anomaly. And I could save Kana and Mio, and no one else was taken away because of this. I used this book to create a fake world though. Also I could experience love, then I wouldn't be able to save those two. So I can't do that.
そうだね、その通り。だけどそのためにはお前があの場所へ戻る帰り道を確立しなくてはいけない。今のお前は人間であって人間ではない。非常に半端な状態だ。しかし半端な状態とは言いながらもお前の肉体そのものは赤い血の流れる人間であることは確かだ。
Oh, this is solved easily.
なぜならお前は初夏に収まった本を適当に引き抜いてそこに収まっていた誰かの肉体を拝借したからだ。この世界に物理干渉するためには肉体が必要だからといって。そういうわけで今のお前にはあの場所を支配していた頃のような力はない。人間になりすまし彼女と恋するためにそれを手放したからだ。だから自由にあの場所を出入りすることが今のお前にはできない。
Because I'm partially human, right? The witch said with a nod.
そこで私はお前に問わなくちゃいけない。私たち人間が、そして人間に属されるお前があの場所に至るにはどうすればいいんだ。ただ命尽きるまで生涯を生き抜けばそれでいいのか。どうした？何を黙り込んでる？何か不都合でもあるのか？
Shook my head. I'm changing my wish.
変える？どういうことだ？
I'll give up on finding love. Instead, I'll fulfill Shinku's wish. I'll heal the suffering hearts of her students in her place. Fulfill the wish of all the girls who were whisked away to the library due to its rampage. Shinku and I, the two of us, will grant them what they wanted most. That's the only way I'll be able to return to that place.
唯一の方法？どういうことだ？そうか。言いたくないか。
All you need to know is that I'm going to fulfill Shinku's wish. I'll devote everything to that. I'll liberate the wounded hearts of her beloved students. In doing that, I'll be able to return to the library.
何を言ってる？その対象はもうこの世界には一人たりともいやしないだろう。カナもミオも誰もいない。あの場所が全員連れ去ってしまったからだ。
I know. There's no possible way for me to fulfill Shinku's wish in this world. So I'll start by creating a false version of it, to let Shinku fulfill Kana's and Mia's wishes, since I know how strongly she desires to. This country fulfills the wishes and dreams of all its citizens. And instead, I want to let Shinku fulfill their dreams. For that to happen, I need to create a world in which she can. It'll all be one stupid ploy to fulfill my own self-satisfaction, of course. My own desire to allow Shinku to be happy. I know that, but still, I want her to be able to attain happiness even if it's only momentary. To me, it was the sole thing I could do to atone for them for the crimes I'd done to her. So to that end, I'm going to call upon the power of the book I took from that place. It was initially supposed to be plan B in case I couldn't get Shinku to fall in love with me. But I'll have to use it now.
そのための世界を設定するということか？お前自身が恋をするためではなくて。
Yes, I took away her family and all the people she cared about. Left her all alone in this world because of my selfish actions. How could I possibly continue to pursue my own wish after learning the truth about everything? That would be more heinous than anything I've done so far.
なるほど。彼女への贖罪というわけか。それがどんなに茶番であろうとも、シンクの満足感を得られるのなら、それで構わないと言ったな。
I'm changing my wish so it'll be fulfilled at the point when Shinku finds happiness. Whatever my wish may be, if the end result after it's fulfilled is me returning to the library and living a secluded life there for all eternity, then I'd rather that wish be for somebody else. That's all I can do at this junction.
それがシンクの願いを選ぶってところは、まあ悪くない選択じゃないか。 もしかすると恋ってものがほんの少しは分かってきたのかもしれないな。意地悪な神様。それではここでもう一度だけ問題をまとめよう。その本にお前が形にすべき願いを叶えられる都合のいい世界を初期設定する。それは本来ならばこの実世界でお前とシンクが恋することが困難であると分かった場合、それでもどうしてもお前がそれを望むのであれば、お前がシンクと恋できるに最適なフェイクの世界を構築するためのものだった。本来あくまでも保険のようなものだったんだ、その本は。だがしかしここに来てお前は恋をしたいという願いを取り下げて全く新しい願いを叶えていくことを決めた。それはシンクの願いを叶えること。
That and return to the library so I can save Kanamio and all the others who were taken against their will.
そうだな。私には教えてくれない唯一の方法でな。ともかくそういうわけで、今から私たちはシンクの願いを叶えるにより最適な偽物の世界を構築していくことになる。そのためにはまずお前の持っている世界ノートにふさわしい物語を記述していく必要がある。未完成で構わない。今すぐに完成させては意味がない。今必要なのはあくまでも世界の初期設定。それだけだ。その疑似世界のモチーフは別に何かにこだわる必要はない。全く新しい舞台を作り上げてしまっても構わないし、お前が好きなどこかの場所をトレースしてきても構わない。だがまあ、その偽物はこの世界を救うためのものだ。基本をこの世界で統一していても悪くはないだろう。ともかくそういうわけで、この世界とよく似ているけれど、でもどこか違う。新しい偽物の世界を物語として作り出し、それを本格的に起動させたなら。
Right, once I do that, this world will be frozen in time. Two worlds comprised of identical people and things can't coexist in the same time. Two worlds comprised of identical people and things can't coexist in the same time access. Everything in this world will have to grind to a halt. Time, life, and even death.
お前が連れ去られた全員をあの場所から解放する席を残しておくと、そういうことでもある。
I nodded. For now, I'm going to create this fake world to fulfill Shinka's wish. And once I'm done, I will return to that place. Took out my book, the book which the witch called the World Notebook, although that name sounded a bit cringeworthy to me.
ああ、そう。共に儚くも美しい色とりどりの世界を創造し、構築していこう。
Title
私
drop.
たちがこれからを生きていくのに最適なその世界をな。
Roll credits. Me and you.
あ、私も一緒にその世界へ行こうと思ってる。お前を影に日向にサポートする人間も必要だろ。ロールで言うところのメンターだ。そういうわけだから、私もお前と一緒にそのフェイクで生きる。
So all the pranks she does is just every time like the urge to like, you know what? Been feeling a bit too chipper. I want to like at least rain a bit of a parade on her. That's the reason for the pranks. Her just being like, you know what? Let's be a bit of an asshole, you know, for self-satisfaction. Alright, and I won't be alone there if I have you with me. Thought was for some reason very reassuring to me. Two of us took as much time as necessary filling in the details for this new fake book and its world and book.
私はその偽物の世界についてお前に関する重要な情報以外は見ないことにするよ。もちろんその場で生きる自分自身についてもあまり多くを知らないようにしようと思う。
What's that?
私は神になりたいわけじゃないんだ。新しく生きる世界の中でその先に起こること、出会う人物の秘密、その人となり、そういったものを何もかも全部知った上で、それでもなお澄ました顔をしていられるほど私は大人になれそうにはないってことだ。
What do you mean by that?
私は魔女で十分だってことだよ。その世界で生きる私は他の人間たちとほぼ一緒であまり多くの情報を持たず、未来とは 不確定であるものにしておいてくれ。
Alright.
だけどな、一つだけお願いがあるんだ。
Oh, you do?
ああ、それは
As per the witch's urging, I included the person whom she most wanted to see in this new world. Oh, hold on. Did she have a crush on Shigure? Precious person whom I'd taken from her. The person whom she'd wanted to take back from me.
どうした？手が止まってるぞ。何か気になることでもあったのか？
Sorry, I just wanted to offer an excuse if you'll allow me.
言い訳？なんだそれは。
I thought I was doing you all a favor by bringing you to the library. For example, it used to be that I took only one person per year from this world, but I soon learned that that wasn't enough.
どういうことだ？
I made a promise to those souls in the library before they began their lives in this world. I assured them that their dreams, their wishes would be fulfilled, and that they would find happiness. Then after that, I would write the story of their new fate together. Finally, I would give them the power to make their most heartful dreams come true. Whenever the time came, they would strive with all they had to accomplish them. That's the promise I made with every soul. However, now and then, I'd find that the souls I sent off became lonely, either because they felt isolated from those around them, or because they had no one around them. The fate we wrote together didn't pan out as planned. There was never anything written in there about isolation or loneliness. It was undoubtedly what happened to some of them. That was undoubtedly what happened to some of them. It was like something had fundamentally malfunctioned. That was why I regularly took those souls who had been inadvertently plagued by sadness and loneliness. Then we would rewrite their fate together again, this time with a wish attached, so that the same thing wouldn't happen twice. I'd only wanted to save those of you who had become lonely, but it seemed that I was going about it the wrong way.
なるほどね。
Which
で
side?
も気のせいかな。私たち人間にはあまりにもお前が言うところのエラーが多すぎるように思うけど。
There was no shortage of people in this world who suffered from loneliness, the witch explained. Even if they had someone next to them that they wanted to, that they went to bed at night. When they went to bed at night, someone would tell them good morning when they wake up. Human beings are naturally inclined to feel
と
lonely.
てもわがままで贅沢な生き物だからな。人間っていうのは。ともかくお前は本来孤独を感じている人間しかあの場所へ連れて行かないと、そういうことなんだな。少なくともあの場所がその力を暴走させてしまう以前、まだお前があの場所にいた頃はそうだったんだな。
Yes, I and Yuma were exceptions, of course. I took them purely out of my own self-interest. That was the general rule I abided by. Once human had been marked to be taken, God would visit them in their dreams. There was a clear sadness in Kana's eyes as she explained to me how Shinku had told her this. However, the truth wasn't quite as they understood it. It wasn't a death sentence by any means. This was what those humans were told in their dreams. I'm sorry, I know your life has been fraught with hardships and suffering, but don't cry anymore. I'll bring you to my domain, and you can start over from there. Do not be sad, for you aren't alone. I was now able to recall the reality of that. For some odd reason, though, it seems as though my intentions were misinterpreted. Perhaps I hadn't been able to offer solace to those lonely souls as I'd hoped. Humans are creatures that regularly dreamed, but prolonged dreaming was also something that brought them fear. Which must have been why, after I left and the chaos started, they saw that eerie golden feather chasing people and cornering them. They panicked.
そうか。やっぱりな。あの人の寂しさを埋めるには、私じゃ全然足りなかったってことか。
The witch smiled with a hint of self-derision.
となると、お前はあの人の孤独を救ってくれようとしたわけか。だとすると、私はお前を少し勘違いしていたのかもしれないな。もしかしたら、憎むべくでなく、お前には感謝すべきなのかもな。ありがとう。あの人を救ってくれて、感謝している。
I appreciate you saying that, but it makes me feel a lot better. Still though, my intentions weren't properly conveyed through my actions, and that was my mistake. I continued to write the story in the world notebook by myself. As for the witch, I had her turn her back to me as I did so, since she'd wanted to go in without any prior knowledge. Just like the children who would play parts in this story, she would live in that world with the burden of not knowing what the future held. The girl with the appearance of Kana who bears the pain of being unable to live with her mother. The girl who looked like Miu, who bears a resentment towards her own shadow after being separated from her parents. And all the others I've met with their varied, complex issues. Shinku would save all of these souls, heal their pains and sorrows. And that would make all of this worth it, if you believed as such. I'm sorry, but rest assured that Shinku and I will save all of you. Create a simple setting for the world, while fleshing out specific personalities and backstories for the humans who lived there. There was Kana and Mio, then Tsukasa and Kyo, whom I'd yet to meet. After that, I created settings for the two of us who would live alongside them. Witch and I will work together to save those who are targeted by the wicked anomaly plaguing the Great Library. We would cross paths with many different people over the course of our work. I wrote ambiguous, simplistic details in the notebook, so that much about our future wouldn't be set in stone. All I needed was to build the foundation of that world, nothing more. In this case, the very setting of it was intentionally supposed to be ambiguous and incomplete. Once I'd finished writing down the parts the witch didn't want to know, I had her turn to face me again.
私たちが決めるのは夏休みまでだ。ここから先は、実際にこの劇画のような偽物の世界を生きるお前が、その未来を作り出していけばいい。
Why?
決められた未来を、ただ決められたように漫然と過ごしていくことを、人間っていうのは得てして嫌うものなんだよ。大抵はね。
I say. With that in mind, we only wrote what would happen up until a certain year's summer vacation. With that, the future would be decided by my own actions and decisions. All in all, I was quite proud of the fake world that we'd created together. At the same time, something distinctly felt missing. In any case, Kana, Mio, and those girls I'd yet to meet, they were all very dear and precious to me. After that, I began to create the setting for the person whom the witch loved. Then I understood. So this is the person you wanted me to return to.
そうだよ。何か文句あるのかよ。
The witch pursed her lips, cheeks flushed pink. It struck me as kind of cute, especially considering how intimidated I was by her at first. Whenever she spoke about the person she loved, though, she was more endearing. It all made sense to me now. This was also the work of love, and it made me a little jealous of her. You really loved him, didn't you? What's the matter?
好きだなんて、それはあれなんだよ。
Tsun Suzu! Huh?
ただちょっとあいつには世話になったから。だから助けてやりたいなってそう思っただけなんだ、私は。
Seeing the way she was fidgeting and began to think, was that really all there was to it? Sure didn't seem that way to me. I genuinely found her cute in that moment. Humans were truly adorable creatures, and I was reminded of that. Though there seemed to be quite a few contradictions in the setting you wanted. Considering your ages and positions, is this really the sort of relationship you want with this man?
いいからさっさと帰っちまえって。それはあくまでも偽物の世界なんだ。そこにいるのは本物ではなくて、
So let me
あくま
insert
でも写本だ。
so let me insert some of my fantasy if I want to, she continued.
私は、ゆくゆくはお前にあの人を返してもらえればそれでいいんだ。だからさ、こんな妄想みたいな世界の中でくらい恥ずかしい夢を叶えられるかもしれないって、そんな望みを持たせてくれてもいいじゃないか。
Whoops. Now that was what you wanted. I had no objections, at least for now. However, I'm sorry. Whatever the reason, I still took away someone precious to you. Please believe me when I say I didn't do it with any malicious intent.
もういい。そのことはもういいんだ。終わった会話を蒸し返そうとするな。所詮私ではあの人の寂しさを埋めることができなかったと。そういうことなんだろうからさ。あの人をお前から返してもらったとしても、本物のあの人が私を好きになってくれることはないんだって。わかった。お前は孤独のただ中にある人間しか連れて行かない。あの人が連れて行かれたのは、あの場所が異常をきたす、それより以前だ。 ということは、自然。いつもあの人は孤独だったってことだ。私がそばにいるだけじゃ足りなかったってことなんだ。それがこれ以上ないくらいに証明された。ただ、それだけのことなんだよ。
The witch emitted a shallow sigh, accompanied with a evil smile. That hurts. I just have to accept it.
私はあの人に振り向いてもらおうなんて思わない。好きだなんて言ってもらおうとも思わない。ただ、もう少しだけ私はあの人と一緒に過ごすことができたならそれでいいんだ。
You want to just be with
あ
him?
あ、そして願わくば大きくなった私を見てくれたなら。
Hey. You mind if I step outside and go for a walk to collect my thoughts? I want to gather as much detailed information as possible as possible so I can make the fake world resemble this one as much as physically possible.
いいぞ。だが時間はもうあまりない。あの場所がいつ私たちを標的にするかわからないからだ。だけど焦らずゆっくりな。これで舞台設定は十分だと思ったらまたここへ戻ってこい。
Alright. I'll try to take in as much as I can so our fake world is as close to this one as possible. Turn around, ready to leave the room.
ユーマ。
Huh? It's the first time she'd called me by my name. Turn around. What do you need?
本当にそれでいいのか？
What do you mean?
恋をすること。お前は自分の願いを放棄することを選択して本当に良かったのか？
Yeah, I am. I have no regrets. Like I explained earlier, I've brought so much suffering to so many people, so if I continue to push forward with my wish, ignoring others' happiness in favor of my own, well, that would be the height of stupidity.
そうか。
And it hurts.
痛い？
I nodded. I feel the pain whenever Shinku starts to talk about the other human. It's like an aching in my heart. As long as the other Huma again. As long as the other Yuma exists within Shinku's heart, she'll never fall in love with me. I had been right. Sometimes love could be painful. Sometimes, when you thought of the person you love, your chest would ache. This isn't what I wanted. Clutched at my chest, which was throbbing painfully every time I thought of Shinku. Love, affection, falling for another person. Why is it so painful, so heartbreaking? This isn't what I wanted to learn about.
だからお前は願いを変える。それでいいんだな。
I nodded. I want to return to that place. Done with all of this. I want to go back to being blissfully unaware of everything and just sleep peacefully for a long, long time.
そうか。諦めちゃうのか、お前は。
I'll still uphold my promise to you, though. To return to that place, I'll give him back to you. I'll be back in a bit.
ああ、
Just wanted to let you know that I quite enjoyed talking to you. With that, I exited the book-filled room. Walked around the town, my world notebook in hand. So let's say. World notebook is such a weird name, a little cringeworthy too. As idle thoughts drift through my head as I walked around, jotting down the details of this town. The wind turbines lining the mountainside, those towering beacons which served to warn us when the wind from the beyond had begun to blow. It'd be nice if they could serve as a symbol of peace and tranquility in our new world. I peered up at the sky. That fractured crimson sphere would no doubt appear again tonight. The relic left behind from those crazy ambitious adults who lived in this land where all dreams come true. That moon which Shinku both hated and loved. I don't want the moon to be an ominous red color. I want it to be a nice, pretty color to light up the night sky. That way Shinku will be able to love it without hating it as well. Also, if at all possible, I'm one of all the townspeople whom I've never known to be kind, caring individuals. I walked into the lighthouse and scaled the railings. Once atop, I narrowed my eyes. The breeze felt pleasant against my skin. Then, suddenly, I remembered a period of my life long, long ago. I used to be a mere human myself. Not to remember much of anything from that point in time now. I had suffered from loneliness. Then, all of a sudden, one day I was whisked away to the library, whereupon the then manager passed his duties along to me. After being robbed of my freedom and spending tens upon thousands of years there, my humanity eventually eroded away. At some point I realized this. Over the course of my life, there I had morphed into a different sort of being. One most optimal to be the manager of the library. Why was I so lonely in my previous life? I couldn't for the life of me remember the particulars in that regard. What I could recall was my strong desire for someone, anyone, to love me. My life was drawing to its end. I was all alone. I just wanted one person, a single person, to say to me, I love you. That's why I wanted to try falling in love. Couldn't help but reflect back to my previous life as I gazed out on this empty ocean, at this empty world's ocean. I'd have to be an idiot to give up on everything right now. If I jumped off these railings and plunged downwards, perhaps I could make it back to the library. Stared out into the distance with an unfocused gaze as I entertained those crazy thoughts.
そんなところで何をやってるんだ?
A voice came to me from below. I looked down to find Shinku standing there.
おい、そんなところに立ってると危ないぞ。足を滑らしたりしたらどうするんだよ。
Shinku.
いいか、そこを絶対に動くなよ。今そっちへ行くから。
Oh, I wanted to jump into her arms. I still recall when she'd held me against her bosom yesterday. She smelled so good. All of a sudden, I felt my body tipping forward.
おい、おい、何やってるんだよ、バカ!
She thankfully already has the power to heal people because he already gave her the power to fulfill her wish. My feet slipped from the railings as I began to fall. Gravity acted equally on everyone and everything after all. I closed my eyes and braced for impact. However, a tree branch next to the lighthouse interrupted my fall, softening my landing enough so that I came out with my life still intact.
ユーマ、大丈夫か?
"'Tis but a flesh wound!" I could feel such soft hands holding me. Eventually opened my eyes. Shinka's face entered my vision, her eyes swimming with tears.
どうしてこんなことするんだよ、お前は。
My head rested atop her lap as she continued to shed tears. The tree branch had scraped against multiple parts of my body and it hurt terribly. That and Shinka's tears made my chest ache. Thankfully, that tree had been in my path. If it hadn't, I more than likely would have died. Actually, you know what?
Huh?
Fall from the lighthouse might be an interesting way to meet someone for the first time. No! You're at fault! You're at fault for Kana's propensity to jump from lighthouses! God fucking damn it, Yuma! It's your fault! I beg you, save us from this place. I decided that I would write down the promise I'd made to Kana in the book, so that I would never forget it. I'd make it so that I would dream of it every night. That way, it would always be with me.
何を言ってるんだ。出会いの一つ。大丈夫か。頭打ったりしてないか。
I'm fine, I replied, getting to my feet. There's something I want to ask you about, more importantly. Is that okay?
それよりもって、本当に大丈夫なのか。
Thanks, but I'm fine, really.
そうか。
She rubbed at her eyes.
大バカ野郎が。
She jabbed her fingers into my head.
今回は運が良かったからいいけれど、二度とあんなことするなよ。じゃないと、お前のこと、私は大嫌いになるぞ。
Sorry.
わかればいいんだ。というか、本当にあんなところで何をしてたんだよ、お前は。
Just taking some time to think about some things.
考え事?
Can I ask you about that thing now?
ああ、そうだった。何を聞きたいんだ?
I want you to tell me more about Kana and me and all the other kids in your class whom I never got the chance to meet.
それはもう構わないが、どうしてそんなことを知りたがるんだ？
It's from my diary.
日記？
I want to write about everything I've experienced in this town in my diary, so I want to know more in order to do that.
そうなのか？
I nodded.
日記なのに、会ったこともない人のことも書くのか？
Yeah.
まあいいか。ともかくそういうことなら少し街を歩きながら話そうか。そうした方がいろいろと伝えやすいように思うから。
By the way, are you done with your research for the day, Shinku?
まあ、まだ途中だよ。ちょっとコーヒーが切れたから、
And that's when
部
you
屋に
spotted
取り
me.
に戻って
Whoops.
たところだったんだ。
And that's when you spotted me.
そういうこと。もう一度言うけど、あんなことはもうよせよ。冗談でも悪ふざけでもダメだ。あんなのは。
I won't. She could proceed to tell me about all sorts of things, bringing our little world one step closer to completion. Kana, Mio, Ayumu, Tsukasa and Kyo, a gloomy girl named Kanzaki Toru. All these girls had enormous pain in their hearts and needed Shinku to save them. Also, once the story was complete, I wanted to give it a fitting title. World Notebook just didn't quite cut it in my mind, so he decided to call it The Colorful World. Shinku, there's one last thing I want you to tell me about.
何をだ？
Says you were given a magical wondrous power which allowed you to save everyone you just told me about. What kind of power do you think that would be?
不思議で特別な力？
Exactly, what kind of power would you want that to be?
どうしたんだよ、ユーマ。今日はなんだかおかしいぞ。
Just answer the question, please. It's nothing more than a hypothetical
そう
situation.
か。もしもか。
An exasperated smile crept to her lips.
そうだな。どこか不思議で特別な力か。大切な人たちが心の中に抱えている辛い部分を切り取ってやれるような、そんな力があったらいいなって、そう思うかな。
Mental scars.
そうだ。私の生徒たちはみんながみんないろいろと困難な事情を抱えているような子ばかりだったから。そして、そして無茶ばかりするどこかのバカが傷だらけになったりしたときは、その傷をきれいさっぱり治してやれるくらいの何かがあれば、それで完璧かな。
Shinka brushed her finger against my grazed cheek. Even that tiny pain warmed my heart. Thanks. I think I finished my diary now. That I shut the world notebook. The setting, the characters, and all their backstories. I managed to finish them all via my conversation with Shinku. This was good enough for now. A complete yet incomplete story. All I needed now was to bring it back to the witch.
ユーマの日記が出来上がるのに、私は何か役に立てたのか？
Did it? Helped a lot.
そうか。十分か。
Shinku,
なんだユーマ。
I'll make a promise.
約束？
Tonight you'll go to sleep, and tomorrow when you wake up, this world will be back to what it used to be. So that world you see now will be nothing but a forgotten dream.
なるほど。それは素敵な約束だな。
Shinku nodded with a smile as though she were merely humoring a child. Perhaps I was only able to make her that promise because I knew that she would react thusly.
誰一人として余すことなく、この世界の住人全員が戻ってくるんだな。
Yeah. Close your eyes tonight, and when you open them the next morning, all the pain and suffering you've gone through will feel like nothing but a bad dream. Everything will be completely back to normal.
全部が全部完全完璧に元通りか。そいつはいいな。
It'll happen, I promise you. So, Shinku, get yourself a good night's rest tonight. I want you to sleep so deeply, so peacefully that you don't even dream.
もちろんだ。私専用の抱き枕が 私に抱きつかれるのを嫌がって逃げ出したり抵抗したりしなければな。
She ruffled my hair, grinning at me cheekily.
それじゃあユーマ、また今夜にな。遅くならないうちに帰ってこいよ。
With those parting words, Shinku returned to the school. I watched her go until she completely disappeared from my sight. I couldn't bring myself to say goodbye to her. Not actually doing that.
もう書き上げたのか？案外と早かったな。
And the world notebook turned. After flicking through the pages, he responded.
なるほど。素晴らしい出来だ。予想以上によく書かれてる。
Which shut the perfectly imperfect book after a point, so that she wouldn't know any more than necessary. Do you mind if I choose the title of the book?
この本のタイトルを？
Yeah. I don't mean to suggest that we have to print it on the spine or anything. I just wanted something that perhaps we could use when mentioning it amongst ourselves.
世界ノートじゃダメなのか？
Well, I just wanted to put forth a different suggestion.
ああ、いいぞ。どんなタイトルにするんだ、この本は。
Inhaled sharply before announcing the title I decided upon before arriving back here. Book's title will be...
ああ、
Yeah, there you can see something has been erased here. That's where it'll appear probably. There we go. The colorful world. That's what I wanted to be, I explained. Oh, never mind. I remember you telling me that we should create and build a colorful world that's both beautiful and magical. So I thought I'd borrow your words for this occasion. This world we're about to give birth to. It'll be as fragile as a piece of glassware, yet so vibrant and colorful at the same time. And in this fabricated, fictitious world of ours, we'll fulfill the wishes of those important to us in order to free them from the sorrows in their hearts. The story will be one that's bright and beautiful. It'll shine colorfully, like a rainbow.
なるほど。悪くはないな、そういうの。
No, being completely honest, that's pretty cringeworthy, she added with a laugh. Are you being serious right now? The World Notebook sounds 10 times more cringeworthy than that.
人のネーミングセンスにケチつけようだなんて、いい根性してるじゃねえか。それにそもそも、私が恥ずかしいと思ったのはタイトルじゃなくて、お前のセリフだ。
Despite a criticism, the witch was smiling warmly at me. Shall we get started then? Call upon the book's power to give life to the colorful world, and bring this world to a standstill. Having left the library, no longer had any special powers whatsoever. I was a mere human for all intents and purposes. The genesis of one world, as another is frozen in time. Using the power of this book, which contained within it a world of its own, the impossible would become possible.
そうだな。だけど、その前に。
The witch began to clear away some of the books on the floor in order to create space enough for the two of us.
座れよ。少し話をしないか？
You want to chat?
って、そんな警戒するなって。小難しい話はもう終わったんだ。以上終了。準備は万端。お前を驚かせるような事実だとかは、もうどこにも隠されちゃいないよ。だからここからは少し、取り留めのない雑談でもしよう。それくらいの時間はまだあるさ。
The witch picked up one of the books that lay by her side before flicking through it. Yeah, but why?
そうだな。どうしてと聞かれても返答に困るな。ただ私がそうしたい気分だってだけなんだ。
Oh, am
そう
I?
さ。これから人間らしく生きていくっていうのなら、そういうのも少しずつ学んでいけ。なんてな。少し偉そうだったかな。
The witch grinned awkwardly, eliciting a tiny smile from me as well.
たとえ偽物の中でだとはいえ、私たちはこれからの長い時間を一緒に過ごしていくんだ。少しでもギクシャクとした関係を引きずっていては、いろいろとやりにくいだろ。
I think we're on good terms enough. We're on enough terms already, though.
まあ、そう言うなって。ほら、甘いものもこの通り。 用意できる。
She reached her hand into the book she was carrying and pulled out a shortcake. It was the sort of awe-inspiring trick you'd expect to see from a magician during a magic show as his grand finale.
楽しい話には甘いものが必須だろ。
Wow, how'd you do that?
おう、すごいだろう。もっと褒めてくれてもいいんだぞ。なんつってな。ネタは単純明快なんだけどな。
Really?
ベルだよ。お前から渡されたドアベルだ。あの場所でお前から心の中に渡されたあのベルが私に不思議な力を使えるようにしてくれてるんだ。だけどまあんまり私には活用の機会のない力ではあるけどな。
What sort of power is it?
本の中のお話に出てくる食べ物を現実に引き出せるとか、そんな程度のものさ。しかもお菓子限定。突き詰めていけばもっといろいろとできるようになるのかもしれないけれど、こんなのは私が使いこなすには少しファンシーすぎる。そうは思わないか？
Witch smiled cheekily. You seem just like a real witch now.
魔女ね。町の子供たちが私のことをそう呼んでいるのは知ってるが、あまり愉快な呼び名じゃないよな。それってさ。
And incorporated those deeds into the story of our fake world. Well, of course, I couldn't tell her that.
ともかく、色とりどりの世界を起動させる際には、このベルを一緒に返却するよ。
Why?
正直邪魔なんだよ。こんなのは。元より怪物じみていた私なのに、加えてこんなバカみたいに不可思議な力も一緒に振り回してちゃ、それこそ本当に人外だ。こんなんじゃ文字通りの魔女になっちまう。この町のガキどもがそう呼んでたみたいにな。まあそういうわけで、味の方はどうだ？
Very good.
だろう？イミテーションには思えないくらいの甘さだろ？
Wait, so it's not real?
お腹の中で紙とインクに戻るんだ。おお、すごい渋い顔。写真でも撮ってやりたい顔だったぞ、今の。
You know, kind of feel like you're just messing with
そ
me.
うだな。お前をからかうのはなんだか少し面白いなって思うよ。新しい発見だ。
Seriously?
そんな不機嫌そうな顔するなよ。ほら、甘いものはいくらでも取り出せるから、砂
Honestly,
糖をたくさん食べれば幸せになれるぞ。
honestly, the longer this goes on, the more it feels like the most logical ending for this is that Shinku, I, and you, like actual real Yuma, are brought back into the new world once all the wishes are granted. And but Suzu doesn't. She just kind of like also goes to the library, just kind of chills there, like, you know what? You and me, we got along, and my crush doesn't fucking love me back anyways. So hey, I'm ready to start something new over here. She and I then began to chat. Our conversations frequently meandered. We talked about nothing important, nothing much in particular. Eventually ran out of topics to discuss.
最後に一つだけ。お前に質問をしてもいいか？
Witch tossed a square of chocolate into her mouth and shot me that
お
question.
前は恋することを諦めるとそう決めたようだけど、本当にそれでいいのか？
Is this still part of our lighthearted chat?
かもしれないな。質問の方向を変えようか。お前はシンクのことが本気で好きだったのか？
What do you mean?
お前は二階堂シンクと恋したいからと言ってあの場所を何とか脱出してまでこの世界にやってきた。その事情だけを客観的に見てみれば、まあ情熱的なお前の気持ちがそういった行動に駆り立てたのかなとも思えるけど、お前はもう諦めると言った。恋することを。本当にお前はシンクのことが大好きだったのか？それともそんな簡単に恋することを諦められるような程度の気持ちだったってことか？
I don't honestly know.
そうか。わからないか。
When I think of her, I feel the sharp aching in my chest. And from what I've been told by someone, that's a sign that you're in love. But looking back, it might have just been a mirage that I was chasing all this time.
幻か。なるほどね。
There is one other thing, though.
Hmm?
Whenever Shinku says that she loves me, even though I know full well that she doesn't mean it in a romantic sense, the aching in my chest worsens. I hate it. It kills me. The sad, painful, lonely feeling is what love truly is. And I don't want to feel this way.
それじゃあ、お前は一体何が欲しくて恋をしようと思ったんだ？
While I was originally a human, I was born alone, and died alone. I've never been loved once in my entire life. Sometimes I cursed God for doing this to me. I hated anyone and everyone. I was always alone. I was always lonely. So I prayed one last time during my final moments. Prayed to the God I'd spent my whole life resenting and said, God, if you're listening, please let me be loved in my next life. But my wish would never come true. Once I went to the beyond, I was imprisoned there. I'd long given up on anyone ever acknowledging me, or showing me compassion. So at this point, I don't care if that person is Shinku or not. I don't care if their feelings for me aren't love in the romantic sense.
優しくされるなら恋じゃなくてもいい？
Right. When I had told me about her sister in the library, I developed the impression that Shinku would cherish me unconditionally. I just wanted someone to need me, to treat me like I mattered to them. I thought Shinku would be that person. But I completely misunderstood. This isn't romantic love at all.
どうしてだか興味を惹かれたあの子に実際に会ってみたらとても優しくしてくれた。それが嬉しかった？
I think so. I'm convinced that I must have mistaken that happiness for love. That's the only reason my chest has been aching whenever I think of her. Alright, let's stop our chat there. It's time to enact the end of the world. I'll pause Shinku's life and this world in its entirety. Right here, right now. The witch pulled me at her hair frustratingly. I caught her doing this so often whenever she was stressed or upset over something. It was like a habit of hers. A habit of sort of. Of sorts, I mean. However, I didn't honestly know why she was doing it
お
now.
前の言うことは嘘ばかりだな。
She then heaved a sigh. Huh?
なんでもない。忘れてくれ。ともか
Seriously.
くこの本だ。確かによく書けてると思うよ。この短時間でよくやったと思う。でもな、この物語には一つだけ不自然に足りないものがあるんじゃないのかな。
I only planned to read the parts pertaining to you since I'm going to be playing the role of your supporter, but I couldn't help but notice the witch murmured. Something's absent.
どうしてシンクをこんな形で配置した？お前たちは二人一緒に願いを叶えていくんだろう。それなのにどうしてまるで守護霊みたいな形でお前のそばに控えているような存在に設定したんだ。お前以外の誰にも彼女を見ることをできないようにして。
I just want to be her vessel. I'll be the vehicle and she'll be the one calling the shots. Whatever she instructs me to do, I will. I'll deal with all the bothersome aspects that come with having a corporeal body so she doesn't have to. I want to be able to fulfill Shinku's wish without her having to struggle for it.
嘘だな。その説明は理にかなっていないぞ。しかも彼女が願いを叶えるための力を使うと、その代償として彼女ではなくてお前が記憶を失わなければならないような条件にわざわざしているのはどういうわけだ？
Because any great power has to come at a cost. When you gain something, you have to lose something of equal value in exchange. I respect that law in the new world too.
律儀だな。と言いたいが、それもやっぱりどこか嘘くさいな。お前、わざとあの子をこういう形に設定したんじゃないのか？あの子が普通に世界の一部として目の前に立っていたら辛くなるから。恋をしたい。そんな自分の願いを叶えることをつい優先してしまいそうになるんじゃないかと不安に思ったんじゃないのか、お前は。そして力を使えば使うだけ、二階堂真空に関する記憶から優先的に、その質量が軽くなっていくのも、お前自身が恋をしたいっていう気持ちを忘れたいからじゃないのか。それとも、 お前はシンクそのものを忘れてしまいたいと、そう願っているのか？ ないのか？本当に？お前はカノウエユーマの名前を語ることを続けている。シンクが恋していた相手の名前だと、お前がそう思い込んでいる名前だ。それは一体どういうつもりでのそれなんだ？
Well, I just couldn't think of another name for myself.
そうか、なるほどね。まあいい、そういうことにしておこうか。そういったお前の気持ちはまあ尊重しよう。一度書き込まれたものだ。そう容易には削除もできないだろう。
Still, the witch continued looking at me squarely in the eyes.
勝手だな。シンクの気持ちをちゃんと考えたのか？
Why does it matter? It's gonna be a fictitious world.
それでもちゃんとみんな生きてる。この世界を展開させれば、その時点で彼女たちは立派な生命体として生を受けるんだ。そんな彼女の気持ちをお前はちゃんと考えたのか？お前以外の誰とも接触できない彼女の気持ちを。それにシンクの願いを叶えるというのなら、お前のそばに立つシンクを写本にしてしまっては意味がない。お前はシンクにシンク自身の願いを叶えることを体験させたいはずなのに、それなのにその対象が写本だなんておかしいだろ。
Well,
やっぱりそばにシンクがいると辛いから？意味がないんだよ、そんなのは。結果にこそ真の意味があったとしても、その過程が空っぽじゃ虚しいだけだ。
understand. Of course, it doesn't matter. All that matters is the result. As I want to make it all back to the great library of the beyond and return everyone trapped there to where they belong. Nothing else matters. I made a promise. The one thing which matters above all else. In order to attain it, and only it, all I needed was this story in this fake world. So that I could get her to understand the one rule of this world which I hadn't yet shared with her.
決めた。
Huh?
決めたよ。私はお前の願いを叶えることに決めた。恋をしたいっていうお前の願いを。
Wait, slow down. Where's this coming from?
これでも私はお前に対して少なからず申し訳ないと、そう感じてもいるんだよ。
What?
それにこれは最初の契約だからだ。私たちの出会いはそういう前提で成り立っているものだ。そして契約っていうのは絶対に違えられることのない約束を指す。そうだろう？
Look, I don't care about the contract anymore, so...
ダメだな。お前は正しく誰かを好きになることを知った方がいい。それにお前は言ったな。シンクの願いを叶えると。ユーマ、分かってるとは思うが、シンクの願いは自分の生徒たちの願いを叶えることだ。それにはもちろんお前だって含まれているんだよ。
Huh? Oh, wait.
この物語の二階堂シンクはお前を含めた全員の願いをできる限り叶えていこうとするだろう。お前がそれを望んだからだ。あらすじを曖昧に設定しておいてよかったな。ストーリーを暫定的にし強固なものにしておかなくてよかったな。決められた枠内で彼女はお前の願いを叶えるため自由に考え行動し目的を成し遂げていくはずだ。
Wait, that's not what I intended! Stretched out my arm to grab the book from the witch, wanting to rip out that part so that I could rewrite it, but she swiftly evaded.
私はシンクとお前の願いを尊重するよ。影に日向に応援していく。
Listen to me, I said I don't want that! This couldn't be happening. My wish were to be fulfilled, that I would never be able to return to the library. This was one of this world's laws. That was one of this world's laws. If that happened, I would never save Kana and the others.
お前はこの世界の中で二階堂シンクと一緒に恋を学んでいくことになる。何か想像できないような奇跡が重なってお前とシンクが付き合うようなこともあるかもしれない。
Wouldn't that be sweet? The witch remarked, grinning slightly maliciously. You should view this as an opportunity to inspect your heart and determine who it is that you're truly in love with.
そうだな。お前たち二人が愛し合う。もしもそうなった場合のことを考えて、シンクにはもう少しだけ特別に細工をしておかなくちゃいけないかもな。
Wait, no, please don't! She didn't know anything. What she's about to do had the potential to ruin everything.
お前たちは恋していく。それには、今現在のこの記憶は邪魔だよな。
Whoops. Fuck.
恋をするっていう願いを諦めちまった。この記憶はさ。
Which ripped out a certain page from the book. It was the page which contained all of my memories.
もう一度真っ白な心で大好きな人に会いに行け。今度はそんな胸が痛いだけのものじゃない。本物に出会えるように祈ってる。
Stop, please stop, you can't do this!
恋をしろ、ユーマ。お前が自由に誰かを好きになることで二階堂シンクは救われる。
She ripped it and shredded
それ
it.
から先にまた何か問題が起こるようなことがあったなら、その時はそこからまた考えていけばいい。
My memories have been completely and utterly destroyed. At that point, I blacked
ご
out.
めんな、ユーマ。
What?
それじゃあまたな。色とりどりの世界でまた出会えることを楽しみに待ってるよ。
At this point, it does feel kind of like Suzu is literally like doing this shit because at this point she's just kind of like, yeah, time for a new manager. Witch's thin, bellowing voice echoed throughout the darkness of my mind. Soon after, I woke. Felt like an eternity had passed. Damn.
恋をしようか。
Didn't know that starting a new world comes with a Windows boot up sound. She'd been waiting for me to wake up, watching me with those crimson red eyes. Didn't know who I was. Didn't know where I was. My chest ached terribly. Didn't know what this feeling was.
私と一緒に恋することを勉強していこう。これからずっとよろしくな。
Upon seeing that smile, I felt an aching in my chest. I didn't know why. Throbbing in my heart. Almost felt like a distant, defining memory clamoring within me.
「以上完了。ここまでだ。
Susan then shut Shinku's book. But this wasn't Shinku's book. They were the pages she ripped out from the book of the other world. The pages containing my memory.
どうかな。これで君の記憶はすべて朗読し終わったわけだけど、無事。なくした記憶は君の中に戻ったかな。
I close my eyes. It isn't so much that the memories have come back. It's more that everything hasn't fully set in. Trying to convince myself that the person in Suzu's story is really me. It all feels so... It all feels so surreal. I'm human, but also not. I think just about anyone would start to doubt their identity upon hearing something like that. First a smile, and Suzu nods, saying probably. So, Suzu.
何?
You just told me about Shinku. So to ask anything more of you might be a vain attempt, but still. Straight at the witch. Suzu. Where is this Ninkaido Shinku, who I can't recall right now? This isn't the only thing I want to know. My head is bursting with a myriad of questions right now. However, Shinku's current location is the most pressing one.
知りたい?
Yes.
どうしても?
Yes, I have to know.
そうか。なら、それは私じゃなくて、本人から聞いた方が断然早いよな。
I frown. What do you mean by that? Suzu proceeds to place the book she'd been reading by her side. It almost appears as if she's about to use it to carry out some sort of magical ritual. A bright light will burst forth, and Shinku will appear in this room like a being summoned from another realm. However, what happened isn't quite so fantastical. Instead, Suzu softly mutters to the empty air.
もういい。出てこいよ。
Huh?
そこにいるんだろ。私たちの話も全部聞いてたんだろ。
Suzu.
結局ユウくんは自力で君のことを思い出せはしなかったけれど、だけどそもそも難しすぎる問題だったんだよ、 こんなのは。それでもこうしてちゃんとまたお前の名前を呼べたんだ。これくらいのエラーは許してやってほしいんだよ。
At that very moment, I feel something. Soft, warm sensation in my left palm. But turning around, I find the girl I've been searching for all this time. She's standing right next to me at a very close distance. Are you Shinku? She averts her eyes awkwardly, then says,
遅いぞ。
what?
見つけてくれるのが遅い。
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so dumbstruck that I can only respond to her with the simplest of words. Shinko's right here next to me. She completely appeared out of thin air. Is this you? Are you the real Shinku or are you an imposter? Mind is in complete disarray.
でも安心した。
Huh? What is that?
うん。この1年誰とも話してなかったからな。喋り方を忘れてなくてよかった。
She squeezed my hand tightly.
なあユーマ。
Yeah.
この場合はユーマにお帰りと言うべきなのか、それともただいまと言うべきなのかな。
She smiles back.
そのどちらが正しいのか少しだけ悩むよ。
Yeah, that's a tough question. I wish I could respond with a smile on my own. Next second, though. Wow. Can't believe it. All it took was one look at her face. One look at those memories of her, which should have been lost to me due to the effect of her power, came trickling in one after another. According to Suzu, she'd written into the book that once Shinku came back to me, those memories would return along with her. In any case, though, thank goodness. So glad that I get to see her again. Still, I have a multitude of questions I want to ask. My head is filled beyond capacity with so many whys and hows. There's one question, however, that I must ask first. I want to know, Shinku, were you?
なんだ？
Were you here with me this entire year, even though I'd forgotten about you? I squeezed her hand ever so slightly. Were you holding my hand this entire time?
それはまあな。
She nods.
悲しい時は手をつなぐ。そういう決まりだ。
What?
あ
Okay.
それはな。
ストップストップ、そこまでだ。お取り込み中のところ非常に申し訳ないんだけどさ、どこか別でやってくれないかな、そういうのは。
Huh? What do you mean, get a room?
なんていうのかな、見てるこっちが恥ずかしい気分になってくるんだよ。お前らの話を聞いてるとさ。
Why? Surely it isn't that bad.
そういうわけだからさ、ほら、これを持ってさっさと行けよ。
She passes me the book from which she told her story, the book detailing this world. Suzu?
今日の君が君のままでいられるまであと残りわずか3、その間に君たちにはやらなくちゃいけないことがある。そうだろ？
Suzu breaks into a warm smile, no different from the ones I saw from her in those memories she read to me.
二つに一つ、取捨択一だ。私は君に全て託すよ。この先の結末のその全てを。
You mean?
君が君の願いを叶えることを選ぶのか、それとも実世界でカナやミオと約束したことを固くなに守るのか。君の自由にすればいい。
The words strike fear into my heart.
その選択によって君は今隣に立つ君にとって大切だった子を失い5年前に戻るのか、そうして凍結された実世界のみんなを助けに行くのか、それともこの色とりどりの世界の中で二人一緒に永遠を生きるのか。後悔のないよう最善で最高の答えを選び取っていけるようにと祈っているよ。
Suzu was right. Suzu does in fact know that Shinku and I mustn't fall in love. That's why she's testing me, teasing me in a way. Why? For how long? When did you first learn this? I don't know. I don't, but it doesn't matter. The only important thing now is the freedom she's me to decide my fate. To me, it feels like that choice is the final bit of kindness she's bestowing upon me.
そういうわけで、二階堂シンク、ゆうくんのことを頼んだよ。君の最後の大仕事だ。その子に
Whoops.
恋することを教えてやってくれ。
Suzu grins at
君
Shinku.
にそうして体を与えたことを、どうか無意味になんかしないでくれよ。
そんなことできないよ、私は。
Shinku tilts her head to one side worryingly.
知らないことを教えることはできないよ。
Fucking size difference, man.
ただ一緒に理解できない難問を解き明かしていこうと協力し合うようなことしか
Don't touch my cheese.
私にはできないんだよ。
ああ、それでいい。それで十分。構わない。
Swear to God, that was a mosquito there for a second. After reassuring her, she shifts her gaze to me. The person who can't and mustn't fall in love with Shinku.
それじゃあな、ゆうくん。君と過ごした今日までの時間、なかなかどうして悪くなかった。ゆうくん、しっかりと自分が望むものを望むように選び取っていくんだぞ。残された時間のすべてを後悔に沈み込んだものにしてしまっても、それはただただ悲しいばかりだ。
Well, if you ever meet again, Isuzu, I have to ask her that question. Look on her face is the kind of look that says this is our final farewell. Once this is all over and I come back here, will I find you sitting here reading your books like usual? Will you ever pull another one of your stupid pranks on me? Will you ever recommend me another great book to
ど
read?
うだろうね。それはわからないな。すべては君の選択次第というわけだ。
So it's all up to me.
あ、だからもうとっとと行っちまえって。残り時間はもうわずか。1秒たりとも無駄にするんじゃないよ。
With that, the two of us leave the room, ushered out by Suzu. I, Natsume Suzu, stare at the closed door that the two of them left through. Then I consider my next course of action. The world is about to undergo a change. This world, which was erected to fulfill Yukun's wish, is about to become a desolate place devoid of life, just like the real one.
そんな世界に、あの人のいなくなってしまうこんな場所に、いつまでも私がこうしてとどまっている理由もないんだよな。
I'd much rather go back to the real world, which is still frozen in time. That was another option available to us. But still,
なんでか
I'm
な。
holding on to a tiny seedling of hope.
ここで、こうしてずっと留守を守るようにして待っていたら、いつかひょっこりあの人が顔を出してくれるんじゃないか。なんてな。
Him, the real one. Not the fake, but he himself. Unwittingly let out a small, rueful laugh. Should know better than to cling to hopeless fantasies. My life here has been fun. Now that it's over, I realize just how fast it all flew by. All the pieces have come together. Absolutely everything has gone according to plan. Yet at the same time, nothing at all has gone according to plan in this precious, mysterious world.
なあ、おい。いつになったら帰ってくるんだよ。
Look up the ceiling, those painful words rising from my chest and spilling into the dusty air.
私だってずっと一人で待ってて寂しかったんだからな。
As long as he's with me, I need nothing more. However, right now I'm all alone. The deafening silence in this dorm makes me painfully aware of that fact. I heave a thin sigh. I had meant to grow sentimental after recounting my memories. Alas, I was still just a kid. In spite of that, though. Now at the end of this year, I want to be able to speak from the heart.
私は
I loved him. Miracles so far yet so close. Birthday Eve. We're not done.
ねえ、 神様お願い。教えてください。
I was sure we'd be done. Oh well, I guess we're ending the part then. I hope you guys enjoyed this one. See you next time. Bye!